Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Team JYCT podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil. Joining me, as always, is the salacious young Kaiser. Gotta fall back in an oldie goldie because I don't have my list popped up because it's scuffed.
You know, you gotta just fish it out of the bag, right?
Yeah. And the wonderful Twilight Guardian. And joining us as guest host again is IKnowNothing.
Hello.
Today, we are once again returning to the magical land that is Balinor, the world of unicorns. We're just a little bit behind today, mostly because there's some little bit of scuff going on. I don't understand this OBS Streamlabs anymore. It confuses me.
The scuff semblance returns with a vengeance.
Yes. I guess in like just kind of passing news, one of the other YouTubers I follow did, I think, a very nice commentary on the remake of Silent Hill 2, which, you know, nice to see after the absolutely dreadful video by Brit last week, which, for the record, I went back to see some of his other videos, and yeah, he was very complimentary to Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 1's remake, Resident Evil 2's remake, and even Resident Evil 4's remake. And Twi just closed her stream. Yay.
Oh, shoot.
I didn't.
And now Kaiser is becoming a Titan.
Yeah, Kaiser.
Wait, what? Oh, damn. It's Attack on Kaiser guy.
I didn't know that just trying to add in like a little witch's hat was gonna cause the thing to crash.
You dare get Otzi?
Well, you underestimated the magical power in that hat, Twilight.
Apparently.
That's the thing.
Mostly we just underestimated, RahiTuber and Discord and all those fun things. The thumbnail Bicorn, and considering this book is very opportunities. So actually one thing that I did want to, when she mentioned that it was a bicorn now, not a unicorn, I was actually going to go back into the thumbnail if I had time and add a little bit of duct tape. It's been
that would be fantastic. That would be amazing.
If you can make that fit, yeah.
But
okay, it just won't allow me to add in the witch's hat, so I have to go without, because it crashed a second time.
Yeah.
Shame.
Well, I was gonna say, like, you can add it to the, like, a model later. You can, like, actually just make a version.
Ta-da!
But we're back! Yay!
Yay.
But yeah,
there it goes.
I just wanted to finish my thought on that because, like, I was so disappointed in Brit in that video. Gaming Brit, to be clear, not British Ninja. You got to make that clarification. British Ninja's fine. Right. He's chill. He's over at Supermassive doing good work. But no, I was so disappointed in him because he did clarify in his Resident Evil 1 remake review. He said it's one of the few gaming remakes I really respect. But every other Resident Evil remake he has given a lot of respect to as well. It's just Silent Hill 2 that he didn't give, like, and he didn't even play it before he gave his dissing. It's like, it so baffles me, especially when you have everyone coming out of the woodwork, including someone who has done 40 videos on the Silent Hill franchise alone. This is the other guy that I watch, Max Durrott, who has some interesting takes. Who, like, he's coming out and he's like, will this please these different groups of fans, which are the people that don't know anything, new fans, the casuals who played the game once or twice, the very familiar ones who played the game a couple of times and actually really like the lore and such, and the hardcore nerds who've, like, studied it deeply. And he's like, it's going to please all these fans on several different levels. And he actually goes into the reasons why and what goes into it, and why your freeze frame is perfect for where it froze.
Oh my god.
Twi is horrified. Twi is horrified that there can be a Silent Hill fan.
He's horrified. How dare you be a fan of Silent Hill? I can't say that. I've never played Silent Hill, so.
I'm gonna just restart Discord.
Oh, no, it's back for the record. It's fine.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
it's back. You're good.
It paused it on my end, and I don't know why.
Okay.
Okay.
Teddy Bear Paladin.
Okay, if we're starting to have issues with more than just me trying to put a witch's hat on, then I might have to do something. But no, if it's fine.
Teddy Bear Paladin super chat. Action Girl figure. The loud cub being the awesome cub she was. Oh god, I can't remember who was ED. I can't remember who was ED. It was a new person that came into the conversation. Rudely inserted herself into our cub's life. AGF, I'll show you a rude insertion, snob. ED, a brute much like the cub you fawn over. Oh, we're getting some clapbacks going on here.
Elegant doll.
Elegant doll.
I see.
Oh, okay. Damn.
So we've
we
evolved.
Got some girls being catty over here.
We've evolved now from the Teddy Bear Paladin to Funko Bear to Action Girl figure to Elegant Doll. I just love the levels that we're going through with this. It's great.
Oh, apparently my my sleeves are all invisible.
Oh, that's right. God, I was going to try and fix that before other things went crazy.
So, guys, we were here talking about unicorns, but don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. All right, got it.
Yep. Yeah, we're at the precipice.
Raymond was just doing his little complaining sesh because he still hadn't gotten over last week's stream.
Yeah, no, yeah, I mean, that kind of just a nice lead in because like I just had further thoughts and like now that I've looked more into it. I even left like a really cheeky comment on his Resident Evil 1 remake review where I was like I basically repeated his words back to him and then decided that he was saying it about Silent Hill 2's remake because yeah, it's basically the same thing. The Silent Hill 2 remake is just really good.
Oh, it is? Sweet.
Yeah, no, apparently, like, it's getting glowing reviews across the board. People were talking about the things that it fixed and changed. There's a few points where some people were like, okay, they could have done better here. It wasn't as good as the original here. But those are, like, just nitpicks as far as I can tell.
Cool stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, we are here today to talk about Unicorns of Balinor, which is Twilight's child. I almost said Twilhood. Twilight's childhood.
Twilhood.
I, for one, want to know what is it like in Twilhood? Tell us.
Yeah.
It's her childhood white whale.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Would you like to lead us in with like a recap or something?
Sure. So in the first book of Unicorns of Balinor, we followed the true main character of the series, Atalanta, the purple unicorn, as she sits on her ass and looks as of the kingdom that they rule over is stuck in bed on Earth, which is in another dimension, but also not. And whiles away her time doing nothing but being a worrywart, and also spoiling the stupid child reader who dares to read this book, because how dare you actually have mystery and intrigue in a children's book for children?
How dare you?
Because children are stupid. And then the rest of the book is the Princess of Balinor, Ariana, waking up to realizing that she has no memory of literally anything about her prior life to waking up in the hospital. And then her foster parents, quote unquote, gaslight her the entire book, telling her that she is just a normal girl who had a very normal horse riding accident, that gave her compound fractures on both of her legs that required therapy. And even though that they said that they were going to take her to school and have her live a normal human life, were very adamant that she never leave the farm grounds that they live on.
Nope.
And also have to lease her unicorn that she has an uncomfortably close relationship with, who is actually a horse right now because he has no horn. And she's very upsetty spaghetti about that, even though that we can't figure out whether or not it's a full lease or a half lease, which is a very important context to have. But the writer tells us that it's kind of both at the same time.
Don't worry, though. The person that they leased it to, she gets kicked off of Sun Chaser, the horse, because only the princess will ride Sun Chaser. So that gets the owner of the ranch's gun to shoot the horse.
Or yes. He tries to. He tries to.
He tries to, yes. Unicorn to donuts, yay!
Billy Donuts, hey! The, got,
donuts.
Oh, lucky.
Thank you, Billy.
Thank you.
The I guess this didn't even get a second draft. Dude, I'm surprised it got a first.
Well, if it makes it feel better, if this can get published, there's hope for everybody.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, this wasn't just published, this was popular. So it's like,
yes,
I have hope for myself. I keep talking about how like, you know, I wrote Artificer not as something super complicated. It's a very light like story. It's not super intricate or deep or anything. It's just a fun little romp. And I'm like, oh, you know, that's kind of basic. I don't really take as much care as I probably should have here or there. It's like, you know what? Yeah, but I at least have logical consistency. I have that on my side.
And the logical consistency is going to be consistent in this next book that we're about to read as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh yeah. Okay, so for a little bit more context, the first book was The Road to Balinor. This next one, Sun Chaser's Quest.
Also, I had a thought as I was finishing reading this book and taking my well, I didn't really take notes so much as I just highlighted a lot of things that I want to talk about, just like last time. But I had a thought that the names are very inconsistent for all of the unicorns in these books. So you have Atlanta, Tobiano, Numenor, there's Beecher and Rednall, who we haven't met yet, and Cinna, who is a very side character that we haven't met yet. And then we have the Sun Chaser.
The Sun Chaser.
Wait, is it? I thought it was just Sun Chaser, not the Sun Chaser.
He's called Sun Chaser, and he's also called the Sun Chaser.
Yeah, he's got both. Like it's a name, a title, a curse upon his being, or some Vegeta, shit. I don't know.
Gotcha.
I guess.
So yeah. Vegeta. Yeah. Okay. I understand.
Yeah, he is Sun Chaser, the Lord of the Animals, the Lord of the Unicorns, the Sun Chaser, bonded partner to Ariana, Princess of Balinor. That is his full name.
I was gonna say
we can say we're a little uncomfortable with it. It sounds a lot like some of the Pokemon leaks.
No,
honestly, I was just for record, like I promised Try we'd do this stream. I was tempted to be like, no, we gotta cover these leaks. We gotta do a stream on them.
Well, if anyone wants to have a horrible time this afternoon, type in what Typhlosion did last summer.
Typhlosion, Octillery, and Slacking.
Yep.
I'm already seeing backlash on Twitter about how people are reacting to the leaks. And they're being like, oh my god, have you never picked up a mythology book in your lives? And it's like, have you never ever had fun before in your entire life?
Yeah, it's like
intense.
Needlessly intense. I wonder.
I don't even know what that's about. I saw it trending and people in some weird shit coming out.
Wait, have you not read any of the leaks from the Pokemon Company? Because like Game Freak had a massive data breach.
Yeah, like it was huge. side note, I work cybersecurity for my day job. This is basically all we're able to talk about right now. We have to like, I am actually like legally obligated to research how this happened and how to like stop it from happening to like other companies and such.
But any interesting insights, like anything that's not boring, like, or should I say anything that's like layman interesting that you can share with us?
Honestly, from the level that I talk about it, unfortunately, no. I'd have to get up on a soapbox, and I don't want to do that.
Okay, so to give you like some of the basically the thing that's at the front of everyone's mind. Like, there's a lot of really cool stuff in the leaks, like character sheets and the like that came out, demos, betas, that sort of thing. But the big thing that everyone's talking about, Kaiser, do you remember? I think it was Gen 4 it was Gen 4 where they had like a little like note off to the side in a library somewhere that said humans and Pokemon used to actually like marry or something like that. You remember that thing?
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah,
so there was a fuck ton more of that we didn't ever learn about. That was never in it. Downright and including, humans
non-con.
We're talking the full Cosby. Like legitimately, Typhlosion is the Cosby of Pokemon.
Correct. 100%.
And let's be clear here. This is a Cosby with a bonus. As in, we learned that the humans are in the field egg laying group along with the Vaporeon meme. Like that's confirmed.
It's 100% confirmed now.
Okay, can I just say this takes the phrase "hot Cosby" to a whole other level.
So yeah, Izanagi. Oh wow, this was not lore I wanted to know about Pokemon. This is lore I've always wanted to know about Pokemon because it's hilarious.
The thing that kind of blows my mind when people are trying to be like, what's the big deal? It's just mythology. Is like, no, this isn't just mythology. This is mythology that has been curated for a specifically child franchise that tries to keep its hands clean and everything G-rated, or at least PG. Like, the fact that such adult stories are canonically written by people who work for the Pokemon Company is like quite wild.
Well, it goes to like there's the like, because we talked about it before, the Disney porn vault, where a bunch of the artists in Disney, because every artist to some extent, or I guess most artists, beyond even just like anatomical studies, they end up drawing porn to some extent. There's a lot of artists that just end up doing it because it's a pastime or it's a perversion or something. There's any number of reasons. So there's a bunch of Disney artists that drew porn, and like under their contract, everything they drew was Disney's. So it gets locked up in a vault. And only some of it has surfaced over time because of different reasons. What baffles me about this is that this shit wasn't like deleted. It was stored actually by the company. It wasn't just a thing that one of the writers wrote and like in their free time, or they wrote and was rejected and never stored anywhere. No, it was apparently just logged away with everything else, including and not limited to the full understanding of the cosmic relationship between deific entities in the Pokemon universe. Like we're talking like full-on alchemical like diagrams of like how the different like deific Pokemon relate to one another. Izanagi, Nani the hell is this about the Disney Vault? Okay, Isa, you cannot tell me you have not heard about the Disney Vault.
Seriously?
Dude.
Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
I won't tell him. You can tell him.
You know what? I'm not going to tell him. Isa, Google it. Anyway.
But, to give a final statement, if I could, my apologies in advance for me just forgetting this information, but the overall data leak, they said that it was about 1 terabyte worth of information that was just leaked and thrown out everywhere.
Yeah, now admittedly some of that was video. Like there was actually like full video of gameplay and such. So it's not as surprising. A terabyte, especially in today's video storage, and considering considering Game Freak's fucking encryption process when it comes down to like how they guys, these are the guys that fucking rendered an entire fucking planet for Scarlet and Violet on the fucking Switch. I don't think they're really good at limiting what size their files are.
Oh, you have absolutely no idea how much I could rant about their file. Don't get me started on that. But I don't want to be sued.
You know what grinds my gears?
Anyway.
Okay, yeah, let's get back to the unicorns that are also kind of squeaky.
Please.
Yes.
Anyway, back to the notes about the unicorn. Yay.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're starting on the second book of the series, Sunchaser's Quest. And this is the Kindle version, which again has a really shitty cover on it, and I have no idea why they just didn't scan the original covers, because they're so much better than what the fuck ever this is. Again, who is this? Why do they have a fucking mohawk?
Oh wow.
Like,
this is a better cover.
Just
Oh yeah, the original covers? Not bad.
Oh, that's
like
really
very simple, but
this is the original cover for Sunchaser's Quest. The beautiful, like, traditional artwork of, like, the actual characters and what they're supposed to look like. Sunchaser is very bronze. He has a bronze horn, although I mentioned before that sometimes it's called black. When it was
scar, sometimes it's bloody, sometimes it's not.
Yeah. When it's in pieces, it's literally in different colors. I already, like, I went back into the previous book and I looked at the sizes of the shell pieces that made up his horn.
Oh yeah?
The first shell is 1.5 inches long, 0.8 inches wide, violet colored for some reason.
Hey, oh.
The second shell is 3.5 inches long, 1 inch wide, and is rose colored for some reason.
Okay, so I'm sorry to ask this, but Twilight, you sure you were talking about a horn from Unicorn or Balinor? There wasn't something that said like Bad Dragon at the top or anything like that?
No.
Shame.
Izanagi, welp, I read about the vault. Guess Rule 34 is a thing even in professional settings. Yes.
Dude, yes.
Well, you have no idea.
Dude,
you got no idea.
Welcome to the professional world. Most people are still horny when they're adults.
Yes.
There's one that I want to mention, but I'm not going to because I know you're going to look at it, and it's just, we only have one page of it, and it's fucking awful.
Oh, no.
And it's, for the record, it's not the Disney Vault, it's a Nicktoon. So it's like,
no.
Yeah, it's a, like, I mean, this goes back to like freaking, I mean, it's actually later than that, but the Steven Universe artist who drew Ed, and Eddie
God
porn.
damn it.
Like,
yeah, I remember that.
It's like artists can be fucking horny and they will draw what they're interested in. And sometimes it just gets looped in with the company that they're working for because that's just how that works. It's like,
it happens.
It's not a surprise once you understand the mind of an artist.
Raymond.
Sorry.
Raymond, you can't get out of listening to me reading Unicorns of Balinor.
To be fair, we've been talking. To be fair, you haven't been reading. We've been talking about the cover. So I mean, I'll touche you on the technicality.
We did that the last time too, because I was talking about the whole thing. We talked about the book cover, and then we went into the actual book.
Yes.
The third shell is unknown size, unknown width, and unknown color. They never actually describe the horn, the third piece of the horn, and we'll get to the fourth horn piece as well. But yeah, as you can see, the original cover of Unicorns of Balinor is beautiful. The The one that they have for Kindle is atrocious. What even are those trees in the background? What is this? What is literally this whole thing?
It looks like some kind of like freaking like these things are growing in a fucking desert. But why are they so green?
Okay, so first of all, it's a ruby background. Second of all,
true.
Those those trees look like, I mean, obviously they're horrible 3D models. That's part of the problem. It's just an ugly 3D model shit. But those look like mangroves, which are like they grow in the fucking tropics. Like like this is the kind of shit you would see in the Everglades. Why are they in the middle of a desert that's also grassy? I'm not sure where you're supposed to be.
First off, we're in Balinor, Celtic. It's magical. Get used to it.
Right, it's a Balinor thing. You know that phrase from freaking South Park? It's a Jersey thing. It's a Balinor thing.
It's a Balinor thing. Oh my gosh. Anyway, last we left off with our main heroes. They had just arrived in Balinor. But we're not starting with them last I checked.
Oh.
Nope.
Oh no. Are we starting with what's her face?
Oh man.
Yeah, we are. Well, actually not even.
Oh, not even.
Nope, not even.
Oh.
Not even.
Not even.
So we start back in the Celestial Valley with the sun and the breeze and the sapphire willow trees and the Imperial River. The unicorns of the Celestial Valley herd grazed peacefully in the sunshine, each unicorn a flare of brilliant color corresponding to a color of the rainbow. A beautiful violet unicorn with a silver mane and tail gazed down upon the herd from the eastern ridge. This was Atalanta, the Dream Speaker, mate to Numenor the Golden One and counselor to the herd. And that is her full title.
Of course.
Yep.
I fucking, oh my god.
Okay, I'm just gonna go and get a drink because I know whatever the hell she's gonna say is gonna be boring as shit. So I'll be back, people.
Atalanta sighed deeply. In normal times, today would be the first day of training the Dream Speaker's disciple. Which begs the question, I thought you guys were immortal?
Why the fuck would you need a disciple? Like, this is my first note. So y'all live forever, but you want disciples. Like, do you want like eventually 15 dream speakers just to huddle around this one pool?
it's like they become like fucking useless, but they're like just like on a hive mind type. Like we should do this. Yes. Oh my god, they evolve into the nematodes from SpongeBob.
Honestly, more entertaining.
She had already selected a candidate, Devi, a weanling unicorn who already showed the spirit of adventure necessary for the hard life of dream speakers. Because as we know, dream speakers, incredibly adventurous with all that standing around and looking in water.
Yeah, also...
yes, the oxygen particles are particularly shiny today.
Well, by the way, what was the name of the unicorn again?
Devi.
What a name, by the way.
Yeah.
For a unicorn.
Yeah, Devi the unicorn.
They're named like actual horses would be named by like, literally anyone in the world, which makes no sense given the context.
Yeah.
None at all.
I think Mary Stanton has said that she's named these characters after her real life horses that she's had. So that explains a lot.
I mean, I would still go out of my way to try and make them sound like kind of in the same arena, even if I'm just like, if I'm going for like a Italian version name of Sun Chaseroni or something like that. I don't know.
Chaseroni? Seriously? You're a writer and that's the first thing that you came to?
No, because I would actually maybe translate it into literal.
Balinor.
I might actually like translate it into Italian then. Like I might actually take that effort. I'm just like giving a off the cuff idea.
The first
unicorns of Balinor.
No, I just want a unicorn to be called Pepperoni now. That's all I got.
Oh, that sounds that'd be adorable.
It would, honestly.
But like I was saying, like it's weird that none of these unicorns have consistent naming conventions. If anything, based off of the fact that there's Atalanta, Tobiano, Devi, Nana, as we see once I finish reading this paragraph, Sunchaser is the outlier here. They have very normalish names, and yet the Sunchaser is very standout, very weird. If Atalanta was called Dreamspeaker instead, then Sunchaser as a name would be a lot more legitimate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can have titles and names be a thing if you're in a fantasy setting. It's not the first time you can do it. And honestly, sorry.
I was just saying that, like, yeah, like stories that are heavily inspired by like old D&D stuff do this all the time, like Swift Wind or Strong Arm, or you hear those types of names, right?
Yeah,
like
simple stuff like that. But I don't know, Sunchaser, Lord of Animals, bonded pair to Princess something or other. Okay, like. This is like me. It feels like I'm reading out Daenerys' titles.
I was about to cite fucking Daenerys. Except Daenerys earned her titles, by my knowledge.
Yeah.
Right.
No, these guys just come out of the freaking womb of the narrative with their titles.
So they're like Transformers. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
No, they're custodians. That's what they are.
I'm sorry, after reading the fucking Ables, that word has been tainted for me.
My apologies. Warhammer 40k custodians. The whole thing with them is the whole thing with them is that their names are recognitions of the deeds that they do. So a really old custodian has like a 4-hour-long name.
Damn.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Continuing on. But she had spoken to Nana, the herd caretaker, and told her to cancel Devi's first lesson. These were hard times, and she had to consult with Numenor about what lie ahead. So Atalanta goes to the Cave of Numenor.
Well, actually, it's an island.
So if it's your mate, right? It's your home, right? Or is this Numenor's man cave you're going to? Is that you're gonna walk into him on a lazy boy watching the game? Also, I need to ask, what qualifies hard times for a unicorn? Is the grass not growing fast enough?
We'll have to remember, Entia, the shifter, our enemy, is out there and is working.
Yep.
But I'm sorry, what is Devi doing that you need? What are you doing and what is Devi doing that needs to cancel the lesson on how to look into water and see the fucking future? Like,
a great question, Kelton.
Well, it's not even seeing the future, it's seeing the freaking present.
It's literally the equivalent of watching fucking TV.
Yo, my Hulu subscription got all the channels, man. You don't need to get anything else.
I'm watching Arcane right now on Netflix. It's way better than the story that we're in.
Yeah.
Damn straight. Can't wait for season 2 next month, guys. Get ready.
It's like 2 weeks away, man.
Yeah, it's a few weeks, man.
So the adults formed a protective circle around the nursery. The babies were a spot of silver gray right in the middle of the herd. So we're establishing that baby unicorns when they're born are just silver, and when they grow up, they get their rainbow colors. Unlike real horses, which are just born with their colors and just grow up with the same coat their entire lives.
Hard times for unicorn needing to put up that sign we saw at the end of the last book.
You have any idea how hard it is?
Every unicorn starts trying to have the same color, and then because they thought that color would give them a personality.
No, you have to understand. Putting a sign up with hooves. Do you have any idea how hard that is?
I mean, once you actually get it standing upright, I imagine hooves are actually pretty good as a hammer.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So he has a small conversation with Nana, whining about how he can't do his first lessons. And then it repeats itself. Like all baby unicorns, Devi was a pearly gray color, which would deepen into a rainbow color as the unicorns grew into adulthood.
Who wrote this?
Shit.
Slowly Orchard?
No, if Lily wrote
okay,
this,
shit. I realized that. I mean,
Dude,
I was mostly referencing the fact that she repeats herself a lot, but yeah, no, that was way darker. Way darker than I intended.
Yeah,
we don't want to go down that path.
Go sit in the corner.
Well, I'm sorry that okay, my brain has not yet connected the people.
No, I was telling I know nothing to go sit in the corner, not you.
I'm sitting in the corner now.
I was gonna say I'm already in the corner. I'll make room.
You think about what you did.
Don't worry, I'm thinking about it.
So, chocolate brown was the stubbornest color Nana could think of, and obsidian was the hardest jewel. Devi was the stubbornest foal that she'd handled in a long, long time. So this is establishing that apparently unicorns' rainbow colors are apparently based on their personality.
Cool.
Also, the last time I checked, black wasn't part of the rainbow spectrum.
The Shadow Under.
Neither is black and white, but yet Tobiano is that.
Yeah, Tobiano, the best character.
Is there?
Yeah, the best character.
Is there brown in a rainbow? I guess technically. Nope. Oh no, I don't. Because it's the gradients of between colors. There might be between orange and yellow or orange and red.
Well, technically brown is a form of orange, but it's not what you would consider part of a rainbow.
Right.
It's red, orange, yellow, green, blue.
Yeah, I'm just saying here, I'm like, okay, so you've established rainbow, and 3 of the colors you've named in the last fucking page have either are outright contradictory of that or questionable at best.
Correct.
Yeah.
Listen, this is the more inclusive rainbow, Raymond. Okay, don't be such a bigot.
Oh no, it's the modern pride flag.
So,
I mean, I'm not. And actually, that flag does, I think, have every single color, major color represented. So,
yeah. So, he argues with Nana again, and asks to go play in the river, and she doesn't want to say no. And she hated to think that it wouldn't be safe. The Celestial Valley had been a haven for her and her kind forever. Until now. For the past 3 days, the herd had been alive with terrible news. Entia was on the prowl. Entia, the shifter, was the enemy of all those in the
I triggered it in my mind. I'm like, okay, gotta let. I
wanted to say this because I specifically went out to make a note of when this comes in, stop Celtic from saying Entia our enemy because the book's gonna do it by itself.
Yes. That is so perfect.
So much.
Oh, the misery.
What do you say?
Everybody's enemy.
If they made that just the running joke for the character, it would actually be really funny. It'd be tiring, but by the 50th time, it has gone from funny to hilarious to boring to painful, and it swings back around to, oh my god, I can't believe they're keeping this up. But
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
I have no idea what we're gonna reach with this series at this point.
Yeah.
Give it a bit.
Yeah. He was the enemy of all of those in the Celestial Valley and the lands of humans beneath it. He had kidnapped the king and queen of Balinor and threatened the life of Princess Ariana and the Sunchaser, her bonded unicorn. Atalanta and Numenor had sent Ariana and Sunchaser through the gap to safety at Glacier River Farm with the help of the loyal villagers of Balinor. But the haven of the farm had proved to be a trap. Ariana's memory was gone, obliterated by the shifter's tricks. Okay, so I remember last week I was complaining that real amnesia didn't work that way, and that it had to have been magical for her to have total and complete amnesia, because that's extremely rare. And this is kind of correcting that, I guess, and saying, like, it is the shifter's magic that caused her to have the amnesia, so good on them, I guess.
But now they're saying that the farm was a trap, which implies that the people who were taking care of the farm were evil, but we know that they were actually good people.
Incompetent.
Yeah, they're just incompetent. They're not evil. So
yeah,
I don't...
Also...
What?
Also, if Entia was able to do this much to her with their magic, why the fuck didn't they, like, capture or kill her or anything like they clearly want to freaking do?
A good question, young Kaiser Rex.
For another
series. For another series, because it's not going to answer here.
Oh, wait, but there's an answer. There's an actual answer.
No.
Oh,
You three need to chill.
Sorry.
You talk over each other a lot.
My apologies, gents.
I'm not apologizing. I'm kidding. I am sorry.
I will whip you later after stream.
No.
only the new in the Team Jack podcast. I'm so used to saying that. I'm sorry, guys. I have the other podcast I'm in the brain sometimes.
Kaiser has not been with us this entire stream. Not even before stream.
I mean, to be fair,
he was busy having Twitter arguments, and now he's busy thinking about his other podcast.
To be fair, yeah, we can tell because his stream is paused still.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And now we're biblically accurate.
Oh, I'm the only one that's like not affected by that. That's interesting.
That's because you're on the bottom.
Well.
Sometimes there's a benefit to always being there.
Oh my god.
You make the whip comment, I'll shoot right back.
Oh,
did Kaiser leave?
Kaiser left. Kaiser is gone, ladies and gentlemen. He wished to be free.
Oh god. All right, so what we're learning is the shifter operates on Sauron from Rings of Power logic.
Yes.
Effectively, yes.
Just like, oh yeah, so that bridge collapsed. Why? I guess Sauron did it.
Sauron did it.
And somebody's dying. Yeah. Oh boy. What a stream. What a stream.
I'm so sorry.
We're 2% of the way through the book.
Yep. Ari no longer knew that she was the princess of Balinor, and worse yet, the condition of the Sunchaser himself. With his horn hacked off in the heat of battle at the Shifter's palace, he too had lost his memory. He no longer knew that he was the Sunchaser, lord of the animals in Balinor, and bonded to the Princess Ariana. We, like, just got his full-ass fucking title last paragraph. Why do you have to repeat it?
It's that grand, I suppose.
I'm wondering if she's just copy and pasting.
You gotta... Well, like I don't think that it was the exact same title. Like, she shifted it around.
Oh, look, I have memory issues. I know I have memory issues. This is embarrassing.
Yeah.
Raymond, you're not good at a lot of memory-related things. It's really, really bad.
Legitimately, actually.
I was gonna say it if he didn't. But
And now the shifter stalked Balinor, and perhaps the Celestial Valley itself. No, it wasn't safe for little Devi to travel to the river. So he pleads with his caretaker again. And then she agrees.
Mm-hmm.
And then young Lydiana got into a shoving match with Viola Rose, who just barely been weaned, and Nana forgot all about Devi as she settled the squabble. And those characters are never ever going to be mentioned again.
Also, wow, good job, Nana. You had one job.
Well,
Correct.
yeah, buddy.
I'm guessing that Devi is going to go off and cause hell.
Yep. He's Devi wants to go to the watching pool because despite the fact that apparently he was supposed to have his first lesson on being a dream speaker, he's also had a lesson before, and he knows how to do the dream speaker stuff, which is why he thinks it's going to be a good idea if he just calls up the Princess of Balinor and says, "Hey, you lost your memory, but you are the Princess of Balinor. Get the fuck back over here and fix shit in the kingdom."
Okay, so here's a suggestion for how this might be fixed in a better series. If you choose to reveal Atalanta in the first novel, maybe introduce Atalanta mentoring Devi at the pool. And so you set up Devi's, like, you know, rebellious nature or whatever, going off on their own, doing their own thing. And so in the sequel book, when the pool is unattended by Atalanta, Devi's like, I'm going to go against the rules, and I'm going to call our princess, and tell her what the fuck is going on, and give her a hand, because I think that's the smart thing to do. And then you can have Atalanta come back and be like, Devi, the fuck, bro. That's not what we're supposed to be doing here. I'm going to give you a punishment now.
Yeah.
That's a good change, but although, like, it's a little weird because, remind me, didn't Atalanta contact freaking the princess in the dream in the last book?
She did the moon bridge thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So then what's the fucking difference?
I don't know. But you know what? It's better than nothing, which is what we're getting here.
No, that's fair. Yeah.
It's very weird to say, but can we have some exposition?
I mean, we are getting exposition. It's just not about anything important.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. It's all reestablishing what we had learned last book. Because even if this book is only 100 pages long, and also size 15 font, because it's meant for children, it has to be, and all the books come out within 2 months of each other. Children have the memories of goldfish, and thus you have to remind them, or else they're not going to remember.
I thought of the funniest thing to do at the start of a sequel novel. Just be like, recap from last time. And it's literally just, you read the last book? Okay, yeah, good. All right, everything that happened there. That's all you need to know. Anyway, moving on. It's just like
honestly,
Ball Z.
I'm down for that.
It's like the least useful way, but I think it's hilarious.
It'll be
is it
great,
double spaced?
honestly.
It's not double spaced, it looks like. I don't know, though.
1.5, maybe.
Yeah,
it looks like 1/2.
Honestly, that idea would probably be more preferential, because whenever I read a book, I always find it so annoying that they have to remind us about what happened last book. It's like, that only works if this is the first time that you're reading this book and you've never read any other book. Like, what if you wanted to buy these books and have them on your bookshelf like a normal person? You're just wasting space.
What would be great is if you write a recap for the last book, and then, like, you kind of like make, if you read the last book, you don't need to read this, but then you actually put like a plot critical detail in the recap that was never revealed prior, and you just kind of be like, Jesus did you read the, like, I love kind of fucking around with readers sometimes. I think it's like,
that's fair.
I think it's like, just like, you didn't read the recap? Well, you should have. It's like, I know I told you didn't need to, but I never said that you shouldn't.
Okay. Well, now I got. Let me actually double check something. I need to do something real quick. One.
While you're doing that, Devi makes his way over to the watching pool. The rock was worn smooth from the hooves of dream speakers standing watch throughout time. Which I guess these unicorns in the Celestial Valley aren't immortal. Even though that, like, they're pseudo-gods, like you would think.
No, it's easy. They are immortal, but they're incredibly clumsy. So the dream speakers that are there before, they just keep tripping and falling into the pool and drowning. So it's a very unfortunate, profession.
No.
It's why it's so dangerous. It's why Devi needs to be protected. He might trip and then drown.
You know,
I guess so.
Makes sense. No, I was
they
just
should have
curious.
invested in a fence.
No, I was curious about something, but I think the summaries, and this is just Wikipedia, but I was just curious. I think every single summary for every single book is about like 4 sentences.
Oh my god!
Wow.
Jesus. One.
What does that say?
Sentence is too much.
What's that say about things? I don't know.
Well,
Anyway.
Yeah, anyway. Sorry, I'm being distracted by computer noises, and I have no idea where the hell they're coming from, because I'm not moving anything.
Oh no.
So, Devi goes to the watching pool and he tries to summon Ariana, the princess of Balinor, by striking his horn twice against the water. But Devi is just a little baby boy, and for reasons unknown to the reader, this fails, even though that it's the exact same thing that Atalanta does in order to call upon the video cast of Ariana from the last book. And then instead of visions of Ariana, the princess of Balinor, it's instead a sickly yellow-green light that glowed eerily from the depths, and a terrible odor, even though that it's water. Devi came across gruff voice. Get out of there, bud. Devi jumped into the air. A stout black and white unicorn regarded him balefully from the upper slope of the hill. Tobiano, the best character in the book series, and also the rudest unicorn in the herd. He didn't like foals at all. I guess.
I can't. Well, who gives a shit? Who doesn't like foals? He stopped Saruman and Sauron from looking into the Celestial Valley from the enemy. Like, come on.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, motherfucker. This is just every like middle-aged YouTuber's like, man, I just hate kids. That's why he's the best character. He understands the grift.
Exactly. Yeah. Listen, we love Tobiano despite his flaws, okay? Always.
Tobiano is the best of us here.
So Tobiano saves this child from being dumb and being hurt by the shifter somehow, I guess. And things are fine now. Although sort of, because he still gets kind of trapped by the shifter and his skeletal hands until Atalanta saves him, because I guess Tobiano ran to get her or something.
So Devi had never felt fear in his entire short life. How long has Devi been alive?
He's a weanling, so probably a month at best.
Yeah.
How do you not experience fear in that time?
Yeah.
I don't wonder.
Like fear is like a thing you can
cry as kids.
Yeah, I was gonna say fear is something you experience typically on like a daily basis. It's like not extreme, mind you, but like if he had said true fear, maybe you'd have some ground to stand on, but like,
right.
I don't know. Were you ever like worried?
Have they ever seen like a shadow in the corner of their room or something?
Yeah, I'd be like, ah. It's like, oh, it's a shadow.
You have to understand. They haven't gotten Silent Hill 2 remake here yet, so they haven't gotten good horror games yet.
I was gonna say they were just really happy that when they had Devi, they just didn't need to put a nightlight in his room. Fear is a choice. Haven't you watched After Earth?
What is After Earth?
It's the
Have
Will
you
Smith
never,
movie, yeah.
Son, have you never watched the legendary acclaim of Cypher Rage?
Okay, now you have unlocked a core memory that I had sealed away for a reason, and now I remember everything. Oh my god.
But I looked it up. I looked it up. Weanlings are typically 4 to 7 months in age.
Yeah, you've experienced fear in that time, especially because like how like foals come out of the womb basically running, right? They come out developed enough they can run around.
Yeah.
So
there's
way more functional than a baby by human measures.
Yes.
I'm also now
in the
wondering,
Celestial Valley.
Do they have horns when they come out? How does that work?
It's described in the parts that I glossed over because it's not important, that his horn is barely a stub.
Okay. Better. Yeah,
that makes sense.
I mean, it's the same with most animals that have what you would think would be like very dangerous add-ons to have to the body.
Rhinos.
Like when
yeah,
like the rhinos, when rhinos are born, their horns are pretty much stubs as well. They have to grow in as they age.
I mean,
no,
but you can
Twilight.
understand
turtles come out with their shells.
Eggs.
Yeah. I just flashed back to the fish argument. But no, I was gonna say, you can forgive me for asking, considering how this book series has been written so far. I was worried they would do something like, yes, the newly born foal, shiny brand new horn, like very pointy or something like that. Like, wait, was that in the womb? Did it just have that in the womb? Oh no.
Gives a new meaning to babies kicking, doesn't it?
I guess to put it, I'm surprised God. Jesus Christ. It surprised me she thought that far ahead. Anyway.
Yeah. So Atalanta has saved him and is now asking him, telling him about what happened and asking him if he was scared. He wanted to put on a brave face, but he told the truth anyways. And now they're telling him about what could have happened to him. And now you know why we have a rule about the watching pool, Devi. I and I alone may call at the pool, because you never know who or what will answer. I'm sorry, Devi looked up at her, but Atalanta, why don't you just tell the princess who she is? Why don't you help the Sun Chaser get his horn back? You know, asking questions that the kids probably have asked, because this is a very stupid setup.
It's a very reasonable question. Though I now need to make a very unreasonable statement based on what Periodic Pete has just put in chat. If babies kick in the womb, and all of us have been babies, then all of us have kicked a pregnant woman in our time.
Oh my God. God damn it.
I hate that you are right.
Pedantic, but
laggy. You just cut out halfway through that.
Yeah, Jesus. I
oh no.
Anyway. Atalanta's rebuttal to this very reasonable question is, I am doing what I am allowed to do. There is only so much magic to use, and a very few times that I can use it. I am about to use some now. Perhaps you would care to help. So
that answered nothing.
Yeah.
Also, there's a typo.
Really?
Yeah, they're supposed to be a
I am about to use some now, either period or comma. capital P with no punctuation before it, perhaps.
Oh. Fair enough.
There's a lot of missing periods in this Kindle version of this book, I've noticed.
I'll be 100% honest. If they were there in the normal version, I didn't notice, but I'm dyslexic, so I got an excuse.
Well, let's actually look, since I have a PDF of the scanned book.
Yep. Let me grab.
Well, while you do that, Izanagi says, this feels like a gag from a YouTuber I know. She can't because of the reason. Yes.
Yep.
Correct.
Oh.
So there is a period in the actual book. So it is the Kindle's fault.
But why is the Kindle, like, worse? Is it like an earlier draft?
Reverse.
But wait. This wasn't made in the 90s. Did she write this on computer in the 90s? I guess.
No, she wrote the book first, probably on a typewriter or something like that. Who knows? And then during like 2013, she decided to put the books on Kindle, and they probably did a really shitty job of just having the book in their laps and then just typing out what they read on the physical pages. That's probably how that
No,
works.
it's Amazon. There's a reason why I do not read my comic books on Kindle, but it's on the individual uploader unless Amazon is directly involved as like a producer or something. You can just upload your books. Like, I am fully responsible for the typos that I make in my stories when I upload them to Amazon. I have an editor, mind you, now, but like the full extent of it is that the buck stops with me. I have to be the one to finally catch that stuff. She has to be the one to catch these, and I don't know why this is like. It just requires a glance. I noticed that first time through.
Yeah.
I can tell you.
So, this also apparently establishes that there is a finite amount of magic in the world.
And that she's not using it to benefit the main protagonist, who is vital to the survival of their world, or her companion. It's like, there's only so much magic to use, and very few times that I can use it. It's like, okay, what are the rules for that? And why are they not telling the person that needs to know this vital information, the vital information, or helping the thing repair that has a super magic abilities or whatever, repair its ability to have super magic?
Because fuck them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, if you just tell me, that we're out of magic Elmer's glue and that's why we can't repair the horn, okay, fine. I guess that works. You need a special magic Elmer's glue to fix the horn.
Sure, go for it.
But you can trade information. You can send a text to her just being like, "Yo, bitch, you a princess, save the world, save the cheerleader."
Here's a PDF on your on the world. Read up.
Oh,
all right. This is
we're crossing the streams of the assassin anime.
PDF.
Guys, holy shit. What did either of you even say?
I was saying crossing the streams with the assassin anime with the whole PDF of everything you need to know.
Right.
I just said that this is an unfortunate time in our lives to say PDF.
I'll be 100% honest. I didn't even think about that, but now I'm thinking about it, so I blame Raymond.
Yeah.
God damn it!
Also, sorry for talking over him. I legitimately didn't hear him on my end. I think it's just a Discord thing.
That's just Discord with you. Like, your internet is miserable, man. Ugh.
Yeah.
Well, it's not even my internet. It's just Discord itself for some reason acting out.
But it's consistent with specifically you.
Yeah, I honestly wish maybe I should.
You know what it is? There's probably some electromagnetic thing going on inside his robot body that's like fucking over the computer.
Probably.
More than likely.
Okay, Sky Slash, you're doing that fucky thing again where you're just sending random words our way. Sky Slasher says Broly, which is
pretty bad in original. Remake, not half bad.
Yeah.
Broly is a character that exists. Yep.
Indeed.
Correct.
So why did I? Oh, probably because of this typo. He dropped his head. Arid stared at his hoofs.
Uh-huh.
Man, I sure hate it when I drop my head Arid and stare at my hooves.
Yep.
Do you ever find yourself just walking around like, fuck, I've dropped my head?
I don't even know. Where
he dropped his head and
that
stared at his hooves.
Yeah.
How do you get Arid? How did you get Arid? Like you okay, fine. I can see you deleted the the NDSTA. Like you did that, or maybe you just deleted the and ST. Where did the I come from?
Wait. You got me like typing stared on my keyboard, and your fingers never go the I. You never go towards I.
Yeah, you can do stared with one hand.
Yeah. I'm so confused.
It's only just the beginning, literally.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's some stuff that we're gonna get into. Don't worry about it.
So, Atlanta is planning to go down to Earth with Tobiano for some reason, even though that she tasked Tobiano with going down last book specifically so that he could be her eyes and ears because she couldn't leave. And she couldn't ask the watching pool questions if she didn't know what to ask for. But I guess now she can just go down there herself.
My particular note on this is apparently she wants to hang out with Tobiano more than we do. So good taste, I guess, but like don't you need to be at the pool?
I ship them.
Why?
Oh my god.
Why? Okay, no, don't do that to our boy Toby. But why do you need to go down to Earth? There's nothing there. The princess is now in Balinor. Why?
Well, apparently they don't know.
They don't know yet?
Apparently.
What?
That's the best I got for you. That's the best I got for you, okay? Because as she said, there's only so much magic and only so many times she can use it. So it's like when you're waiting for minutes to come in on like old phone plans. Like like a message comes in before you get your minutes, and you like make plans around that.
Oh my god, bro.
That's the best I got. That's the best I got, man. Okay, like
no,
leave me alone.
I'm trying to understand how Balinor works. So, have you ever had an old cell phone plan back in the 90s?
Correct. That's the best I got for you.
So, in order to get there, apparently you can just become Moses and part the seas of the watching pool, and they turn into a portal down to Balinor. And then she's going to hook Toby up with somebody that lives down in Balinor. And Devi asks, how come you have to come back? And Toby just says, she holds the deep magic, Toby said. It will leave her if she stays too long below. Now me, I have practically no magic at all, he thought a moment. And then Atalanta tells them both to shut the fuck up.
Okay, so I would be concerned learning, hey, Atalanta, you have the deep magic. Sorry, I've only heard that kind of phrasing used in fucking Lovecraft. And it's not a good thing. Are you guys turning people into fish? Is that what we're about to see here?
Well,
apparently the deep magic is very important to this story, so perhaps.
As long as it doesn't involve tentacles, we're good.
Also, there's another typo actually right below the section you highlighted. There's no space between the quote and Devi. God, no one proofread this.
Not at all.
Not at all. But they mention Lori for a moment here.
Lori sighting.
Yeah, Lori sighting. The princess, the Sunjacer, and that dog Lincoln. They have just come through the gap. Who's that? Toby grumbled. That blonde kid. Her name is Lori Carmichael. How odd. And then she backed away from the pool and raised her head to the sun. Slowly, she rose on her hindquarters until her forelegs reached into the sky. She took a long breath and sang a single note, low, sweet, and throbbing.
Oh my god, man.
Why? Why phrase it like that?
Because the note has... Because you have to understand the note needs to be throbbing.
Wasn't it the Acolyte where like the audio description, like someone like listened to the what they do have for blind people? They have like the audio descriptions of what's going on, and it described the lightsaber as throbbing at one point.
Hey yo!
Oh, dude, why you gotta keep reminding me of that? I get that not from Disparu's reviews.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm remembering it from. I thought that was like an official thing. I don't know though.
Oh.
Periodic Pete, does it hurt?
Does it hurt? That's also, a deep cut.
Impressive, to be singing and being a horse to like throw yourself back on your hind legs for long. I guess.
Yeah, I haven't seen many like horse-shaped creatures hold that stance for very long, and to be able to hold a singular singing note. That's it is very impressive.
Yeah, that's news to me.
The waters in the pool parted slowly, as if giant hands were pushing them aside. I told you, she's Moses. The song gathered in strength until Devi closed his eyes with the power of it. When he opened his eyes again, the dream speaker and Toby were gone. Devi leaned over the pool. In the depths, he saw a tiny silver star speeding towards Balinor, and a black and white shadow bouncing beside it. The dream speaker and Toby were on their way to Balinor.
For the record, she's totally not Moses. I see no Beyblades in sight.
Fuck you, I was going to say that.
And this is why we're friends.
Correct.
On Twitter, I actually saw that Beyblade is starting to become an official sport, just like in the show.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Shit.
Okay, but they have to... Oh, who is that guy that does all the wacky experiments in his garage? They need to get his set up for Beyblades, where it's just like these like...
Oh, yeah.
These like
fucking monstrosities.
These super like, yeah, like engine monstrosities that spin at like a several thousand rotations per minute or something like that. It's just, he lets them off when he like activates the drop them down button. Sometimes it just goes like shooting off into like a random direction, completely missing the bowl.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Is Beyblade becoming canon? Correct.
If they figure out how to do the holograms.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, first off,
would be sweet.
If they're gonna do holograms, get to Yu-Gi-Oh first.
So, we're finally at chapter 2. And Lori immediately is just whining. This is your fault, Lori said flatly. Ari looked at Lori in exasperation. The blonde girl was a spoiled brat, no doubt about it. She thought that she was the most important writing student at Glacier River Farm, and unfortunately she was. But only because of her father's money. Well, yeah, if she...
Yeah.
if she acts like the most important one, it's because she is.
Yeah.
Congratulations. You recognize the hierarchy, I guess. I don't know.
Lori scowled and stamped her feet. I said, this is your fault. What are you going to do about it? Just let me think a minute.
Bitch, do you know where we are? I don't know where we are. Did you not just see the army of black unicorns that trampled past somehow through the trees and they didn't notice at all?
Look.
No, she didn't. Because remember, Lori specifically didn't see them, and then she asked what they were, and then Ari said that they were bears.
Yeah, like
I'm sorry, did you not see the army of bears that just walked past? I don't know where we are, and I'm scared shitless.
I
feel like that wouldn't really help.
I was gonna say, an army of black unicorns is actually far more preferable to me than an army of bears.
Honestly,
bears are a known quantity of death. Unicorns are like a random, they're a cast of the die, and I will take that over bears.
2 things. My one note for this is, she should turn around and say, "Bitch, I just saw ring wraiths. We need to calm down and look at things." Second, Floof just said for some reason I thought IKnowNothing was the author for this based on the description of the vid.
Oh
my god.
Let me check my description. What did I write? This is the same description as last time.
Fellow author, apparently, maybe. I don't know.
Series Unicorns of Balinor. Oh, I forgot a quote there. Oh no, I made a typo.
Fellow author, IKnowNothing.
Yeah. Perhaps that, maybe.
Yeah,
perhaps that, yeah.
But no worries. That's just funny.
It just means that both Raymond and IKnowNothing are published authors.
Yay!
And I am a soon to be published author whenever I finish writing the last 50% of my novel.
And eventually to be published author. God damn, Toppy. He has been messaging me this entire stream about my MHA video, my friend Toppy.
Oh, yeah?
And I have 54 messages from him, and it's just staring me in the face. And I know that at least half of those are the fact that he gives, one word, sentences that he hits enter on. And I'm very frustrated because it makes it look like it's so much more going on than there is.
Oh, Lord.
Just put yourself on Do Not Disturb.
Yeah.
It's still there. It's still just hanging there. I still have the 54 number just right up there in the corner.
There, watching him.
Taunting me.
Well, just go in there, scroll to the bottom, and then just leave it.
But then I'll forget he messaged me, and I need to check. It's welcome to a life of someone with ADHD. This is how I keep track of things, but it pisses me off.
Write yourself a note on your forehead. I don't know.
I do check that very frequently.
Ari rubbed her right calf. Both legs had been broken in what her foster parents, Anne and Frank, had told her was a truck accident.
That is not what we were told.
Yeah.
No, not at all. Not at all.
In fact, let's be very clear. You were told it was a horse accident, but we're never really elaborated what happened that was the accident. Were you thrown off? Did you go through a bramble? Did the horse fall on you? Did a horse knock over a truck on you, I guess? Is that going to be the explanation? Oh, yeah, no, the horse was involved. It kicked the truck over your legs.
the horse.
Yeah. We never get a full explanation about what they pretended was the accident. We're not given a reason why they have to lie to her, other than it won't stick. What won't stick? What exactly is going on? We never get told why.
It would be wild if instead they actually were just honest with her and were shown that it doesn't stick. So they just have to give her a bullshit excuse. It's oh, because you're the princess, honey. It's I'm not a princess. I'm just a normal girl. Sure, honey, you're a normal girl who had a normal accident. That's more interesting than whatever the fuck this is.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but we'll see in just a little bit that the moment that they tell her something, her memories instantly start coming back.
Was
Yes.
the horse hit by a truck?
So,
Okay, so the horse was hit by a truck. The horse went flying and it landed on her, and that's what happens.
also, Entia, you have the worst amnesia spell. So the spell immediately breaks if the millisecond the person decides to tell someone about their past.
So here's
What?
actually, you know what's really good? The God of War 2018 game and the God of War Ragnarok, you encounter a companion of yours is Mimir, who is a god of knowledge, the wisest man in all the realms, the man that knows all things. But you keep asking him what the weakness of Baldur is, and it becomes like this running gag where he keeps like, Baldur is impervious to all damage, physical and magical. And he gives like this recited speech. But like when you kind of trick him into a line of conversation, or when Kratos and Atreus do, he's like, but I figured out what Baldur's weakness was. And it's like, Mimir, you just said what Baldur's weakness was. What? Oh, that's impossible, lad. Baldur's impervious to all damage, magical or whatever. And it shows you, like, there is, like, gaps in this magic mind blockage he has, but it's very difficult to actually maneuver around, and it's just almost impossible to break through any kind of direct means.
Right.
And it also, speaking of that, it immediately breaks the second Baldur's weakness is used in that game.
Yes.
So as soon as the information gets out there, for lack of a better term, the spell breaks, learns everything. Just like right here, you could just have someone walk up to the princess and say, "Yo, here's this, this, and this," and that's it.
Yep.
There's no reason to gaslight.
Yeah. So they're continuing to walk around, and Aerie spots a particular flower that she says is a Jack in the Pulpit, which is a very specific flower that only grows in a very specific part of the United States. Like a very specific area of the United States. Like it's like northeastern part of the United States.
Interesting.
Huh.
Cool.
Well then.
Let's see. I'm trying to pull up a map of it.
Just look up Jack in the Pulpit distribution.
Oh, distribution. Okay. So, I mean, it's if I'm reading this right, it's like the right half of the U.S.
Yep.
The eastern half of the U.S.
Oh yes, the right half. The right half. We get it now, Celtic. I understand.
Of course.
Now I'm just like, this species of plant only grows where there are right-wing conservatives.
Well, of course, starts in the Bible Belt.
I just find it very weird.
It's an interesting flower. I'll give it that. It's a nice choice.
Yeah, it is. It's just very weird because, like, we've already established that they have, like, purple grass and, like, green sky and whatever the fuck.
Yeah, why bother with something like this, which is functionally a lot more mundane, for lack of a better term?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, maybe just be like, surely that green and purplish brown bloom in the shade of the tree was a Jack in the pulpit. Like, okay, fine, maybe she says that, but then it's like, but something was wrong about it. Something was off. It wasn't quite what she was familiar with, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Josh says, do the unicorns not have a crown? See, when I read that, it's like, so why not lock the memories into a crown? Then when you put the crown on the head, the memories come back. That's an interesting mechanic idea. But when I read that, my first thought was, do the unicorns not have phones?
Honestly, yeah. Also,
it turns out Diablo developers.
No, we're not on Namek, unfortunately. We could use the Dragon Balls to wish for a better plot, but
no, they don't have crowns. They have jewels at the base of their horns instead. And that basically functions as basically what Josh was saying.
Can you add more jewels and like bejewel your horse? Can you just imagine like bling bling my unicorn? Just this unicorn walks in and it's like the entire face is just bejeweled from tip to top, like it's all the way up.
I feel bad for that horse.
Despite just immediately seeing a very familiar plant, for a moment Eri wondered if Lori was right. Maybe they had been abducted by aliens.
So, again, one note here. What? Like, so
yeah, I think that about checks out.
You see something so familiar to you that you can recognize it on sight among the purple grass and everything. Do you think aliens made like a nice garden out here in the middle of the forest? I guess.
Who knows? But they make it into the village, and then they come upon a path with sheds. Several of the sheds had fenced paddocks attached. One of them had a few milk cows, others and other goats. Then there was a bread shed, a fruit shed, and a vegetable shed. This will be slightly important.
Is that
later
how medieval like storages were arranged at all?
No, not at all. Not
okay,
at all.
So basically the layout of this place is like a putt-putt game.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Also, is there a sign in Comic Sans as a Silent Hill Ranch? Anyway.
God, I wish.
But they're noticing that this town is fairly medieval, despite the fact that they commented on them having thatched roofs, just like in medieval times earlier. And they noticed that there's no telephone poles or nothing like that, or cars. Then in Aries' head, Chase says, "Shanksmare," Chase said. At Aries' puzzled look, "It's an expression we horses use for the way men walk. With 2 legs and those silly shoes you wear. I have no idea how your shoes stay on without nails, milady."
Why is that relevant? Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden?
Just, I guess.
Because bipedalism confounds the horse, apparently.
Listen, Sun Chaser has a hyperfixation thing, okay? You don't judge him for it.
Sun Chaser, have you been watching me walk? And it's like, I've been watching you.
Oh my god.
I mean, I just, you know...
Sun Chaser was arrested yesterday.
Sun Chaser, Lord of the Animals, bonded pair to the princess, who was found guilty of several charges yesterday.
So then now we're dealing with the clothing discrepancy between these 2 modern day girls from 30 years ago by now, because this came out in 2000, and the medieval world that they have found themselves in. She and Lori were both dressed in denim shirts, breeches, and boots, so they didn't look as out of place as they might have. Jeans, t-shirts, and sneakers would have been very noticeable. You just said that you're wearing denim shirts.
Yeah.
Also, denim shirts? Denim shirt?
Yes.
That sounds really uncomfortable.
They are.
Like a denim jacket is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, like those things were kind of popular among like the country music crowd back in the 90s, but
yeah, I had a few hand-me-downs.
But like, so a denim shirt will not raise eyebrows, but apparently denim pants will.
I was gonna say, like,
sure.
I don't know if in a medieval society they're necessarily going to care. If anything, they'll think you're like an eccentric noble, which that could play in your favor if you play it right. So,
well, I mean, they're wearing pants, and they're girls.
Yeah, that's the big one.
Yeah. So, like, the fact that they're focusing on jeans, t-shirts, and sneakers, is very odd. But they're wearing denim shirts, breeches, and boots, so they didn't look as out of place, despite the fact that they're wearing pants when they're girls.
There's a pic of Justin Timberlake and Britney Spears in full denim.
Test, okay.
Yeah, that checks out, actually.
Oh my god.
Denim exists. Guess Adidas exists here too. What?
At this point, yeah.
Yeah, at this point. Maybe there's a Costco here.
So Lori asks what they should do now, and Aerie cannot decide. Then she twirled a strand of her hair with the other. She squinted her eyes and tried to look thoughtful, like a leader. She folded her arms across her chest and gazed sternly at the village. What should they do? Just walk in? The noise from the village was what you'd expect. People talking and laughing. It's what you expect.
I mean,
yeah, totally.
Really? I mean, I'm trying to imagine what I would generally presume. Like, maybe if there's like a really busy day, or if it's a festival or something. But typically, I actually kind of imagine a village being kind of quiet. People just kind of going about their day to day, not really interacting all that much. I mean, I guess it could just be a different mindset. I could imagine someone just shooting the shit for several hours. Speaking of shooting shit, 70 messages now. Oh
God.
Also, I found it a little bit weird that she was really preoccupied with needing to feel like a leader.
Yeah, that was like, when have you cared about that at all?
Yeah, that comes out of completely nowhere.
Like that's something you do after you learn you're a fucking princess.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And Foghorn Leghorn shows up.
Yes.
Morning, ladies.
A man driving a horse and four-wheeled wagon waved to them as they trotted past, except the horse wasn't really a horse. It was a unicorn, a stout black and white spotted unicorn with a short black and white spiral horn coming straight out of the middle of his forehead. We know who this is.
Yay.
His harness was made of scarlet leather and his eyes were hazel. They widened at the sight of the two girls, a collie and a bronze stallion standing at the edge of the wood. He stopped and nodded to them.
Okay, this raises several questions now about the nature of, like, the unicorn's relationship with humanity. They're intelligent beings that are now being used as pack animals.
It's 9 to 5.
It's a living.
It's literally the bird from the Flintstones. It's a living.
Yes.
Yeah.
100% that.
Want me to, move on, sure. Toby. We're late. I say we're late with these vegetables.
And now you know why I call him Foghorn Leghorn.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's so fucking perfect.
That's just the thing that he does, and it's very annoying.
Yep, sure.
Fine. I say we're late with these vegetables. You gotta overemphasize the middle of the words.
The man was very fat, with a smiling red face and a huge curled mustache. Because everyone apparently in Balinor is fat, except for Ariana, and she is very judgmental about it.
Oh my god. I guess that's kind of what... Maybe that was the reason why they were setting up what's her name? Anne as being fat earlier, I guess.
We found Anne's brother.
He wore black loose-fitting trousers tucked into the top of heavy brown boots. His dark brown shirt was loose too, but not loose enough to hide his enormous tummy. Because fat people don't wear proper clothing, I guess.
Yeah.
Also, be glad that it's, I mean, if it was too tight, his belly would be hanging out, and you don't want to see that.
My highlight is just, girl, he's living his best life. Why judge?
Yeah, for a fucking villager?
Well,
Holy shit! This man is, like, top of the crowd.
Exactly.
definitely.
Respect
Foghorn.
Like, man, did you eat a horse? Yeah, I bought one I bought one the other day. I could afford it.
Hold on a minute, Samlet, the unicorn said in a very bossy way. Then, in the rudest voice Ari had ever heard, and who, may I ask, are you? Because that is exactly what I think a rude person would say. May I ask?
And who, may I ask, are you? Oh.
Lori screams because she sees a unicorn. And Toby scowled. You are addressing a unicorn, he said loftily. And that's how you pay your respects? By yelling?
I'm sorry. You're an animal of labor as far as I'm concerned. You're the one pulling a fucking cart. You're not exactly elevating yourself here, buddy.
He's overcompensating, Raymond.
Yep. So Lori is just saying, it's talking, oh my god, it's talking, it's a unicorn, it's talking. Samlet says, well, Toby does talk a bit rude. Rude to the others, too, and uppity. But there you are. It's like they say, unicorns will be unicorns.
Rude to the others, too, and uppity. But there you are. It's like they say, unicorns will be unicorns.
Boys will be boys, I guess.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I am having some of the boys.
So Samlet calls Ari a maid.
Do you want me? Okay. Now your maid doesn't think a thing. Now your maid doesn't think a thing you don't want her to think. Oh, I gotta read that a bit better. Like I just trying to comprehend what you're trying to fucking say. Now your maid doesn't think a thing you don't want her to think. Don't get in an uproar, my lady. Too fine a morning for that. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And he says he just assumes that Ariana is a maid because Lori is the one that's riding on the unicorn while Ari is the one that's walking. So obviously, it's a maid and her mistress. This is important.
Yeah.
For later.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like, God, I hate how many, like, small kernels of a fun story I see in here. The actual princess who doesn't know she's a princess having to fake being a maid to the to the bitch snobby brat that's been like her antagonist this entire time, but like it's working out for them in this dynamic. She has to play along, and like you could get so many good moments like Ari like pulling Lori aside and just being like, okay, listen, Lori, I'm playing along with this. Do not push your goddamn luck. We are up shit creek right now. Realize it. That kind of thing.
And then later Lori does push it, but Ari has to go along with it.
Well, and then Ari has to cover for her, and like Lori comes like this close to like really fucking up hard and realizes it, and it's like a whole growing process.
Yeah.
I like this story we're making up on the fly.
Yeah. Can we talk about that instead?
Yeah, we'll have our own unicorn.
Oh, no, we haven't gotten to the fun stuff yet.
Oh, Christ.
Yeah. For some reason, I can't highlight this, but there we go. You can read that, Raymond.
Except, by gum, I say, by gum, he don't have no horn, Toby. Okay, wait. Can Toby have the voice of Snape? No,
if you want
he
to.
doesn't. Any fool could see that, except maybe you, Samlet.
Samlet.
I don't know if I could keep that up, if I'm being honest, but
but he at least has a sort of pitying expression on his face when he says that.
Mm-hmm.
He's a horse, Ari said, not a unicorn.
Looks like a unicorn to me. Only he's got no horn. What happened to your horn, friend? You don't mind me asking? Oh, yeah. Hey, Lieutenant Dan, what happened to your legs, Lieutenant Dan? Just casually asking someone what happened to their fucking injury.
Just give me one moment. I have to go do the eye drops.
Go for it.
I can read this. I can read this as we go. Chase nudged Ari with his nose. Say nothing for the moment, little one. We don't know how horses are treated in this place, and I cannot remember. He doesn't talk, Lori said. Oh, he doesn't talk, Lori said. And you're both idiots. You heard her. He's a horse. Whatever you say, m'lady. Mr. Samlet rolled his eyes. Suppose if he don't have a horn, he don't talk neither. Didn't used to hear of such things. Not in Balinor. All the animals talk in Balinor, but the troubles are here, sure as you know it. More and more you hear of animals losing their speech. Next thing you know, humans won't be able to talk either. Yeah, I say we won't be able to talk either. Ari bit her lip to keep from laughing. It might be a mercy if Mr. Samlet couldn't talk, but it was very sad about the animals.
So,
well, fuck you, bitch. You'll respect the freaking someone did.
What's wrong with him?
With Looney Tunes.
Yeah. He's a little
Well,
repetitive, but not bad.
Well, and more than anything, it's very telling that with that idea of, like, we gotta pretend for different things. My apologies. For, like, oh, we have to pretend to be a maid, but don't push it. Right here, Lori kind of just gave an easy way to, like, explain their situation, sort of thing. Sorry, you get what I'm saying? Like, she came up with a lie on the spot, quote unquote lie on the spot, and he's just like, oh, okay, sure, fine, you do that, sort of thing. But
there's also like, they don't know what horses are. Like, the question isn't like, it looks like a unicorn to me. The question should be, the fuck's a horse?
Correct. That's what I was getting to.
And again, this will be important later. Remember how Samlet, in specific, acts towards seeing Ariana and this hornless unicorn that he thinks is a hornless unicorn, but Ari insists is a horse.
Well, both of them are insisting, not just Ari. It's Ari and Lori.
Yeah, both of them are insisting.
Yes. But still, it's just very important for later. So he asks if they're heading into Balinor. I'm not, Ari began. Chase nudged her warningly. Toby, to everyone's amazement, began to laugh. When unicorns laugh, or as Ari discovered later, sneeze, cough, hum, sing, or cry, they laugh through their horns. Now what sticker burrs under your saddle? Mr. Samlet asked.
Now what sticker burners under your saddle?
Mr. Samlet asked the unicorn genially. If there was a sticker burr under my saddle, do you think I would have agreed to pull this rickety old cart? Toby demanded. I would not. Why I'm laughing, I'll keep to myself for a moment. Ask this lady, and her maid, and her dog, and her hornless unicorn to come along to the inn for breakfast. So Toby immediately knows who this is.
Yeah.
Just based off of descriptions.
Yeah. Because, you know, he has eyes, and he's Toby, and as best boy, as best boy, he is ascended.
Actually, you know, I'm reserving until he does something dumb to call him not an idiot. I presume he is not an idiot by the story standards.
You will remain a possible idiot.
Look, okay, some allowances must be allowed.
Yes. He does get something very funny later, but I don't know at the pace that we're going if we'll get to it by this point. We might have to wait for next week.
I was going to say, we're going to get about halfway through the book, so I don't know where that's going to sit us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they follow Samlet to where he works. They pass the post with a sign hanging from it. Under the carving of a noble white unicorn with a gold mane and horn, Ari read, "The Unicorn Inn. Fine food, good beds, stables. Samlet." Because when you live in a world of unicorns, I guess you just name it the most generic thing you can. Imagine going to stay at a hotel and it's just called the Human Hotel.
Well, also, like, how fucking convenient is it that they're thrust into this world unbeknownst to anyone at this point until, like, very late in the game, and they just so happen to wander upon not only someone who can offer them help in some way, shape, or form, but a guy that has a unicorn-specific inn that is named the Unicorn Inn, that is also being pulled by the unicorn that's kind of looking for them. Like, I don't quite know the level of coincidence going on here. The only thing that's keeping this tenuous thread connection is Toby actively looking for them, and I don't even know how that's functioning. So,
yeah.
Yeah, it's like, what are the odds, honestly?
Also, Periodic Pete says, gonna have to bail. I got some editing to catch up on, but have a $5 for your troubles. I'll hit you up tomorrow, Kaiser. We can chat. Good night, all. Good night, Periodic Pete.
Good night, Pete.
Periodic. Thanks for the 5.
So there were 2 stables on 2 sides with stalls that were much the same design as those at Glacier River Farm, with an upper and lower door. The upper doors were all open to the sunshine.
I had a question here. It's like a sunroof? That description?
No. I think it's literally like there is an open, like some, you see it on some barns that there are just like a second pair of like double doors on the top level. I don't even know what they're used for, but like I guess this, I'm not sure.
They're used for the specific big double doors on barns. They're for like trucks to come in and out to like deliver different things. So you so say like a horse carrier comes in.
No, I swear
and you can just literally leave them out.
Let's see, 2-story barn. I fingers not typing correctly. No, don't use I why do I need to use my location? That's
why does it,
okay, so here's a barn. If I can add
but
it's actually better.
You can understand my confusion by the description of like, is there a sunroof sort of thing? Because that's a very blank description.
Well, it's also a very modern design for a barn, I think.
Oh, that type of barn that's being shown by Twilight right now? Yeah, that's like really.
No, that's Raymond.
That was me.
Oh, it's you. Never mind.
Well, yeah, but like even then, I'm trying to think of like what does a medieval barn look like? Medieval barn. Like how have we advanced the Minecraft? Just a lot of Minecraft. Can I get like
real? Just type in real.
Yeah, like this is exactly what I was kind of imagining for in reality. Like this is what you would get typically.
Yeah.
And even then, like barns that separated your animals from your house are also a fairly recent invention. A lot of poorer people just had their animals in the house with them. They all lived together.
Because that was the thing that was keeping them alive, and if hard times hit during, say, winter, there's an animal right there for you to slaughter.
Yep. So yeah, it's a very modern styled building. It's very odd.
Very strange.
So they're looking at, she's noticing some of the unicorns that are up in the stables of Samlet's Inn. A Belgian draft horse looking unicorn, a big muscular solid curly brown beard. And Ari couldn't see much of the third unicorn, who shifted slightly in the dimness of her stall, but she had an impression of cool violet grace and a silver mane, and she knew, she couldn't say why, that the unicorn inside was a mare. So we know who that is.
Yeah, that's Atalanta. That's just staying. Fucking, what are the rules? What are the fucking rules?
What?
The rules is that everything's gonna work out for the protagonist when they really shouldn't.
It's like, okay, well, there are rules at play, and there's only so much magic, and we can't use it. It's like, you are literally standing 10 feet away! Just yell, bitch, you're a princess! Just be like, what? Unicorn is telling me, yes, I'm telling you, you're a princess. You got magic.
Get to it.
You'd be like, bitch, you're in a Disney movie.
Okay, so Lori finally figures out that her pants are torn because, as you remember from the last book, her pants are torn in the butt. And
oh, right, and had that really uncomfortable passage about her panties.
Yep.
Which
remember
was a
that.
choice.
That was so weird.
You know,
and
you know, after watching that bits of that documentary on Lily Orchard, honestly, not as bad in retrospect. Still bad, but not as bad.
Real bad.
Yeah.
Not as bad.
Samlet asks about payment and whatever. Lori pulls out her father's credit card. With this, I assume you take Visa? Mr. Samlet didn't look as happy as he had before.
I don't know a thing about this, milady. Not a thing. Now, you tell me what your house is, or who your papa is, and maybe I can send him the bill. But the thing is, if that's all you got for money, why, it isn't. Money, that is, not in Balinor.
This is money everywhere, Lori said loftily. Check with the bank.
The bank? Why in the name of Numenor himself would I want to go to the riverbank? I say, the riverbank.
So, guys, banks have been around for thousands of years.
Yeah,
they are, you know, one of the biggest points of racial discrimination in existence came because banks have been around for thousands of years. So, you know,
something about and it's something that's east and it's India. They traded things, I think.
There's that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's that one as well. Like, it's just, there's a lot of things that like have stemmed from bank. This is fucking moisturizer levels, guys.
Okay.
This is even worse because they mention money. They mention they have a freaking
a mint. At the very least, they have a mint.
Yeah.
Okay, so they
have bills too.
Quite literally, like banking systems, you can trace them back to like Roman empires and were used in medieval Europe during like the 11th and 12th centuries. From my notes.
No, like you can trace that back to Mesopotamia even.
Oh yeah, but I mean like the modern form of banking that they would probably be somewhat familiar with.
Okay, so here's also a thing. This girl is handing out to him, quite literally, an alien material.
Yeah,
we don't think about this. Plastic is so fucking foreign to anything this man has ever come into contact with when it comes down to texture, comes down to firmament, comes down to just about any other type of thing you can account for. This should baffle him. This should be like, what in tarnation is this little square doodad? And then you're like, oh, it's actually a rectangle. What the fuck is a rectangle? I ain't go to school. I know square, long square, wide square, long wide square. It's like,
dude, if this was an abridged series, that would be perfect.
Honestly, yeah.
I love the idea of a long.
Dude, it's like the exact kind of shit. Freaking what was it? Something witty would come up with.
A long wide square is just a bigger square.
So
I know square, long wide square, long wide square, and dodecahedron.
That unicorn. Horse, Ari corrected him.
Is such a fine specimen even without his horn that you must be related to the lords of the roadways. I say the roadways.
We can't pay you, Ari said, but we would be grateful if you would give us shelter for the night.
Well now.
Mr. Samlet rubbed his hands together.
If you sold me that fine unicorn.
Horse, Harry said firmly, and he is not for sale, Mr. Samlet. But if you don't have a stable boy, we can work for food and shelter.
Okay, wait, now I'm even more confused about the relationship between humans and unicorns. Do they own the unicorns?
Apparently so.
Oh, God!
So
I did not expect to open a door to slavery as a conversation topic in this series, but here we are.
The note right here just says, suddenly slavery.
Suddenly slavery.
Well, except not, because apparently Toby could have rejected pulling the cart. So, do you have to pay the unicorns? Like, what do you pay a unicorn in?
Is there insurance?
Then how do unicorns have hard times?
Jim Crow meet Jim Horse.
Apparently your green world is green everywhere. There's not a desert in sight despite the fucking cover. So what is the world building on this? None of this makes fucking sense.
Way to understand. Again, Entia, the shifter, our enemy.
Shut up about Entia, the shifter! It's the basic building blocks of a world. I have never. It's so rare to encounter a fucking 1 out of 10 that literally falls apart on the reality just not making sense.
Correct. Welcome to Balinor. It's great.
Raymond, I think you owe Assassin Isekai an apology.
No. Never. I will never apologize to that fucking show. It's trash. It was me, gobsmacked. He would even dare say that.
Oh my God.
And Raymond, this is only going to get worse as we go on.
The critical side of my brain is excited. Everything outside of my brain is horrified.
We haven't gotten to the best parts.
Stop saying that! You're gonna raise my expectations! Or lower them. I'm not entirely sure which direction they're technically going right now.
Twy, I say these things, but you can agree. The expectations will be met.
Yes.
Teddy Bear Paladin. One day they'll have a civil war over this, and later after the fact, they'll say about local polity rights.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
So, yeah, it's established that unicorns are fully sapient creatures that can speak to you. And remember in the last book, there was a crisis that Atalanta and Numenor were talking about because they said, how will the farmers ask the unicorns to pull their carts or the oxen to pull their plows? They won't be able to ask the animals to do work for them.
This guy literally asking, hey, can you sell me his contract, I guess?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Or...
That's best faith interpretation. I do not think she thought that far.
No, not at all.
No.
It's a weird dichotomy that she sets up that these creatures are fully sapient creatures and yet are still animals at the end of the day. And yet they aren't treated like they are animals, and yet they are at the exact same time. Anyway. And Chase, Ari asked, may I work to put him in one of the empty stalls?
Oh, sorry.
Raymond?
I was I got a message saying that's an actually important one, not Toppy. By the way, anyone guess how many messages we're up to with Toppy?
107.
90 something.
Kaiser, you want to take a guess?
140.
Okay, you highballed it. 111. Twy was closest.
Ooh.
So,
all right.
A hornless unicorn and one that doesn't talk. My goodness, no, my girl. He can stay with the milk cow in the village or in the field out back. I say out back. He'll get plenty to eat, never you fear.
So Samlet is prejudiced against people with disabilities.
We don't like them hornless unicorns around here. We don't serve those kind.
I just see him like light-skinned people.
So, the unicorns in the stalls had pushed open their stall doors. There were no latches or locks, and had gone for a stroll in the market, all except the one who lurked in the violet and silver shadows, who had no name on her door. So...
I'm imagining, like, she's doing the I'm a mysterious character in a cloak thing. Like, she has a cloak over her, and it's just this goofy fucking unicorn that's, like, constantly, like, looking over Ari's shoulder, and when Ari turns around, it's, like, very obvious that Atalanta is, like, looking away. It's like, no, I'm not looking. No, Ari turns back, and Atalanta's, like, back over her shoulder.
No, it's always turned around, and just like, I've seen that horse's ass somewhere.
So Ari can't help but take a peek at the beautiful unicorn and sees that she is indeed purple and silver with a crystal horn and all that kind of stuff. And Link is whatever the doggy equivalent of fanboying is in a I don't know, I'm not gonna go there.
I was gonna say, like, doggy equivalent of fanboying is when a very good boy meets a new friend and they just like hop up and down in front and just want pets and to just tackle you out of love.
I was talking about the horny equivalent, but yeah.
Oh.
Because remember, he is like fangasming at the fact that he got to meet her once in his dream or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. That's going to be a really... The Pokemon leagues didn't prepare me for this eventuality.
Nope.
Okay, but in fairness, actually, the games did. So, I mean, I guess I'm kind of 50-50 on that.
Yeah.
Fucking choke.
Because I keep, like, it keeps weirding me out. Like, okay, human-Pokemon relations, that's a thing. I keep forgetting, oh yeah, there's relations between Pokemon of radically different species like Wailord and Skitty. So why am I that shocked by any of this, if I'm being honest?
Oh, that actually hurt. I'm sorry.
Oh, dear.
I actually choked. That hurt. Sorry, my apologies.
Raymond, stop killing, I know.
Don't worry, he has several lives.
So Ari asks, like, what Link's deal is. It is the lady, the dream speaker of the Celestial Valley. He closed his eyes. And I have seen her. I am the luckiest of dogs.
Atalanta's over there like, no. They're thinking of a different unicorn. No, I am at Atlantis. Yeah, the Weem speaker. What's a Weem? Never mind that. Just go along your way. Just get her away.
The web weaver.
It's even funnier because Atalanta does not like Lincoln because she doesn't know what the fuck he is or where he came from. And yet he is just being a fanboy about her, even though that apparently, as far as we know so far in this book, he just exists across the gap on regular Earth where the dream speaker doesn't exist. Well, Atalanta said in a low voice, as to not wake the unicorn from her nap. Why doesn't the luckiest of dogs help me with the manure buckets? There's a lot to tidy up and do before the other unicorns come back, and Mr. Samlet said that they would like their stalls cleaned before the evening meal. So let's get cracking. So, Ari does the chores.
Well, what's Lori doing?
Lori is being a high lady and just sitting in the room that they're renting out, being royal, I guess.
See, Wits, we're already talking horse girl stuff. We're not getting into dog girl stuff. We're getting into dog horse stuff, and I'm not entirely sure where that exactly lines up on things.
And honestly, I don't want to.
So, let's see here.
I'm sure the furry community can solve that riddle for you. So,
oh my god.
So we're getting back to the clothing here, because she did say earlier that they won't stand out because they're wearing denim jackets, breeches, and boots. But now she says none of the women or girls that she's seen in Balinor wore breeches. So people should have been staring at them.
Yeah, it should have been like the first thing the guy says, like, you're wearing quite queer clothing. Queer is in the old sense of the word.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like... Also, you guys are young enough? Like, how old are they again?
They're 13.
Theoretically speaking, if they played their cards right, they could if they were aware of it more, they could play it off as if they're guys. They could actually pretend to be cross-dressing and be like, yeah, no, we're just young noble men on our stroll today. Yeah,
with very long hair.
I mean, hey,
I've seen plenty of artwork of knights with hair that could be turned into mops. So
yeah,
Yeah.
he's. I was gonna say he's very, very attentive. He looks at a lot of those images very closely.
Yes, I know.
What do you mean?
I know.
Okay, so I'm running after this.
Yeah, I'm with you there, buddy.
Because clearly Twilight knows where I live, so I mean, I gotta leave, man.
If you're breathing, it's already too late.
It is.
There is no escape. So, they go into the inn. It's very nice looking. She describes what the inn looks like. And she goes up to the room that she's renting out with Lori, and they have a chat with Lori. And Lori is very offended that Aerie asks that she maybe help out with things once in a while. And
None of that.
nope. Aerie asks what kind of story that she told Mr. Samlet. That we were traveling from up north and some bears scared us and we lost our luggage in a stream. Bears? What if there aren't any bears here? You told me there were bears here. And Samlet didn't know what I meant until I told him the sound of the marching, she shuddered. What did he say then? Lori's voice was so low Aerie could hardly hear her. There are things that walk in these woods. Terrible things. And we are not to go out at night, she shivered. Again, apparently. I believe him, too. I'm not setting foot out of this place until you figure out a way to get us out of here. Did Mr. Samlet's wife leave some clothes for me? How do you know that he's married?
Obviously, the mister gave it away.
Yeah.
Lori pointed to the chest. In there.
Oh, so wait, did that just confirm that he didn't know what bears were?
Yes.
Correct.
So they don't have bears here.
What?
Apparently not. Which,
Horrifying. Deer, rabbits, and other things running around. The populations of those are unchecked.
Oh my god,
Yep.
no, they have moose.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get to that in the next book, because all of this stuff is very important for the next book.
I don't trust you. Nothing has been important so far.
Give it a bit. Come on.
Oh, thank you for doing the research
on.
there, Sean Fulldark. Houndoom and Mudsdale are in the same egg group. Great, thank you. You know, I was more making a joke. I didn't need to know that.
Oh my god.
The next time I play Pokemon, I'm gonna get a Houndsdoof and call it Lincoln, and a Mudsdale and call it Atalanta, just because of you. So Ari wants to go have a bath, and Lori is very upset at this. Fine, Lori snaps. Just fine. Leave me here all by myself. I've been by myself all day. Well, for goodness sake. Look, Link will keep you company while I wash up, and then we'll go downstairs together, okay? Lori gave a pitiful sniff. She had her usual mean expression, but there were big tears in her eyes. So, like, it shows that despite the fact that she's got a bit of a nasty attitude to her, she is just a scared little girl. And despite the fact that she doesn't like Ari, she still is kind of relying on her and doesn't really want her to just leave her.
Yeah, genuinely, I'm waiting for Ari to be like, look, you little shit. We're in medieval times now. Your dad ain't coming to help us. We're fucked. Get with the program. You're gonna have to do some heavy lifting. Like
it's you, me, the horse, and the dog, and we got no money, no clue where we are. Get with the program.
So it's you, me, the horse, and the dog is like eyeing up that unicorn in the stable, and I have no idea where that's going. All right, I already got problems enough of my own unicorn in me. All right, and honestly, I don't need you getting in the middle of that. In fact, actually, you can just leave.
Oh my God.
Just immediately U-turns on the purpose of the conversation.
Oh God.
It's just like, get out of here. I have my free time with my unicorn all alone. Also, Teddy Bear Paladin says, they don't have bears in this land. This land has not heard of my brethren. What strange hell is this land to be without teddies? Agreed.
I know.
It's a horrible place.
Exactly.
Very terrible.
We'll take all the picnic baskets.
Also, by the way, Sean, for your latest question, they're 13.
Yeah, they're 13.
Like you could ship them in certain in the non, in the I'm fumbling on my fucking words. There's an innocent way to ship them. Just be careful with that, buddy. That's
Indeed.
Yeah, we're only making all of these sexual jokes because that's kind of unintentionally implied in the text.
Yeah. And if I'm being frank, you could see the seeds of a ship here. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. You get kind of the actually, I don't even know. The problem is Ari is so undefined as a character. But Lori's got actually a very fun-ish character to bounce off of. But there's really nothing going on here that much. They're not really developing these characters, so it's not. I'm not really getting anything from this. So
it's very end-then storytelling.
Yeah.
Yep. Which is mega cringe.
So she left the room. She bit her lip. The thought was strong in her, strangely present. She didn't want to go back. Not yet. Not yet. There was something about this place that called to her heart.
Not yet. Not yet, I say not yet.
So chapter 4, she finishes up her bath and then goes back into the room. That was riveting.
Okay. Important question. What kind of bath is in this inn?
One that involves a bucket.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is it like a communal washroom? Is Lori going to have to deal with that? How does it, you don't typically have ensuite washrooms in inns.
No, I think this is they have a dedicated room for a bath, and it's probably just a wooden tub that you fill with water. And then you have another bucket of water, and then you wash yourself by pouring the water from the bucket onto your body.
Yeah, that's usually how it went.
Also, we're taking place in the medieval times. Technically, they're supposed to have at least 7 kids by now, according to medieval rules. Look, don't rush her. Don't rush her and Sunchaser. All right, they're taking things slow.
Oh boy,
I'm going to hell.
You already were, let's face it.
Yeah.
For real.
Hey, I'll be joining you. So, cards at 7.
Yeah, excellent. Hopefully the devil doesn't cheat again.
Of course.
Lincoln was lying on the floor, cleaning his little white forepaws. When she came out, he jumped to his feet and met her, head low, tail wagging. You look like one of them. Is that good or bad, Link? She sighed. Are they good or bad? If they are bad, his thought was fierce. I will bite them and bite them. Thanks, I think.
But they're literally letting you stay for labor, admittedly, but like that's still very generous of them, all things considered.
Mm-hmm.
Like there has been no indication that they are bad people other than the blatant horse racism.
Yeah. It's just a very weird thought process that Eri has for no reason. So she goes downstairs and there's a bunch of people just chilling out at the communal space in the inn. Could she slip in among them unnoticed? Would they talk in front of her, a stranger? They all seemed to know one another. She surveyed the room. Bread, cheese, peaches. Of course. She could walk around with a wooden tray and pretend to be a waitress. Nobody paid too much attention to waitresses.
All right. Stop on that.
Hold on
Also, something that
right,
just occurred to me.
First...
It is a fucking miracle that you can communicate with anyone whatsoever. You are literally in another plane of reality right now. Mm-hmm. Do they speak fluent Midwestern English, I guess? Obviously some man has a deep Southern accent, somehow, in medieval times. But like, that would have been a cool plot point with her amnesia. She was like, oh, she has brain damage. She can't speak English. She needs to relearn English. But no, it's just that she was speaking the actual language she knew from Balinor, and she had to actually learn English in order to survive on Earth as a person. Like, that's a missed opportunity there, I think.
Yeah. And also, like, it's very weird because she says, this is a village. Everybody looks like they know each other. But they won't know waitresses, I guess. They won't pay attention to waitresses who will be part of the village, who they will then know.
And then people who are not only...
What I was going to point out. And then somebody who used to be like a freaking server, people are going to notice. Okay, like they're going to ask you to like refill drinks or ask if they can have something else or who's gonna get the check or some shit like that.
If there is anyone in the village that has the maximum amount of contact with the average person, the maximum number of average people, it's going to be the person serving food and drink. Like, that's just like the byproduct of people needing food and drink. So being a server makes you way more noticeable.
Yep.
100%.
And it puts you in the position that, like, if someone asks you, if someone flags you over and you don't, like, immediately attend to them, like, without an obvious reason why, they're going to start getting pissy and they're going to complain.
Some shit.
Yeah, that's going to start some shit.
Also, throwing this out there, with how this is written, I couldn't be the only one when I first read this. So you're planning to steal stuff?
I don't even know at this point.
Why?
What's even the angle here?
No. The reason why is like you're working for the room. Isn't like room and board? Doesn't that include a meal?
Yeah,
I'm
also
here.
Frankly, at this point, what's the harm in mingling?
That too.
Yeah, it's like at this point, it doesn't seem like anyone's really a threat. There might be some dangerous people in the village, sure, but that's a risk where you go anywhere in reality. And so, like, you walk into a freaking... I mean, every time you go to a Waffle House, it's a fucking coin flip when you walk through the freaking parking lot. Get hit up by Vegeta looking for a good fight.
Of course.
So it's like... I don't know why you're suddenly like super hesitant around all these people that have been nothing but kind to you. Just go out and be like, yeah, by the way, I'm traveling around. We got lost because we were threatened off the road. It's a good story to stick to.
Tell us about the area. Like,
Hell,
what should we look out for?
Just pointing this out here, the locals may be a little concerned about an army of black unicorns marching through the local woods. Putting that out there might be nice to tell some people about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, remember that girl that parried a chair? Yes. Sorry.
The men around him seemed to be listening carefully to what he was saying. This one man in particular that she has noticed. A woman stood there too. She was tall and slim, with dark hair and black eyes. Her face was smooth. Eri had never seen such perfectly white complexion. So Eri slowly makes her way over to the crowd of people in order to eavesdrop on their conversation.
And now she pulls her hood over her head.
The shifter's forces grow bolder every day, the tall man said. His voice was low but urgent. I had word the demon herd moved through the king's forest today, in broad daylight. I heard that as well, the woman said. Her voice was quiet and distinguished.
And the man said, shut up, woman, you don't speak. It's medieval times. We are misogynists.
I heard, yeah. But you should not call it the king's forest, my lord Lexon. Not even here at the Unicorn Inn, where we think we are safe. It's the shifter's forest now. But we are the king's men here, said another man. And the queen's, the woman responded. But wherever they may be, may the one who rules us all bless them both.
I still want to continue that misogyny joke. It's like, and the queen's, just another slap. It's like, no, silent. What did I say about speaking up? It's like horrible sexism.
Yeah. I find this really weird because it's like, they always say the one who rules us all, but almost half of that is not capitalized. So it's like the one who rules, because it's the most generic thing that you can say about a god, other than calling it God. But then
Twilight, it's obvious this was written in the 90s. This is the one who rules. Don't worry, we'll learn about the one who is radical and the one who is bogus later.
What about he who is tubular, dude?
Look, unfortunately,
Jesus,
he wasn't bodacious enough and he died.
Unfortunate.
Ah, true.
Laos Totem. Don't bring Laos into this.
I was just very irked, I guess, that the one who rules us all is not in all caps, even though that is the full title because they always use it, but only the one who rules is capitalized and then us all is not capitalized, but that is still part of the title.
I was more annoyed by the blatant exposition being thrown in our face like a fucking, wet salmon. Like,
yeah, but that's a given.
I mean, this felt egregious compared to even what's already been in the book.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, again, I shall refer to the note. The simple thing of, would a sledgehammer or a brick to the face be more subtle?
Mm-hmm.
Huh, no wonder my brain feels like it's sliding off.
Pretty much, yeah.
So they continue on. Our only hope is the princess herself. I tell you again, we must beg her to come from the safe place to lead us against the shifter and his devil army. She's only a girl, my brother, Lady Kylie said. About the age of my own daughter, I would not put a mere girl in danger. Also, we never learned her name. Her name is just now suddenly Lady Kylie.
Oh.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? The subtitles popped up for Ari. She got close enough that the conversation took priority, so the subtitles actually popped up for her. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's fun.
About the age of my own daughter, I would not put a mere girl in danger. That is why the Resistance appealed to Numenor to send her away. And because of who she is, we must bring her back again. I tell you, that lying usurper has broken every oath he gave after he stole the throne. All would remain as it had when the king and queen ruled, Lord Lexon said. There would be no reason to fight. The only difference would be that he would ride the Lord of the Unicorns at midsummer, that only he would place the crown of Balinor upon his head, and look at how long he kept his word, a mere 3 months, and now what is happening?
I don't know, what is fucking happening?
Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe y'all should get to that. Maybe that's the kind of thing the main character should be asking.
The grass is dying. The unicorns are slightly hungrier than normal.
The cows are giving out
hard times.
The cows are giving out black milk.
Oh, shut up.
So apparently the shifter has caused a ravaging of crops, stolen hay and corn, and burnt barns, and the unicorn's language is disappearing. And without their language, we will not be able to speak with animals and live in the forests and on our farms. They're already losing their ability to speak. The Lord of Unicorns has disappeared. His mistress, the princess, is in hiding. I tell you, we must bring her back. We must ride against the shifter.
Antia, the shifter, our enemy?
It's a lot of repeated information. So then, someone calls to Aerie for peaches, and then she gives a peach. You aren't from Balinor. I don't believe I've seen you before. No, sir. I'm from up north. We just arrived today. North? That's Aiden's territory. The Lord of the Six Seas. Are you from his house? From the way he said house, Aerie was pretty sure he didn't mean a little hut with a straw roof. He meant a castle, or at least a mansion. He looked kind, and he looked as if he might know a bit more about this world than Mr. Samlet. She took a deep breath and said recklessly, Well, sir, my friends and I, we're from the north of the Gap.
Where did she learn about the Gap?
Give me a second, actually.
Man.
I wrote this down.
I think Sunchaser called it the Gap, but he didn't know why it was called the Gap.
Yeah, I found it. Yeah, Sunchaser mentioned it.
And he's like, that apparel store has been banned for generations.
Also, just
the low prices. We couldn't beat them. It was driving our economy into the ground.
What were you saying? I know nothing.
I had a thought, but then I started laughing at the Gap joke and I lost it.
God damn it, Raymond.
How dare you?
No, the one who rules us all, damn it.
Okay. Oh, no, I got it. The thing that I was mentioning is like, okay, so you're just throwing this out there like curveball, everybody. Let's see how this goes. That's brave of you, but like,
I actually don't mind this if I'm being like, she doesn't know that the Gap is like taboo. So like her mentioning this and being like, we're from north of the Gap. And it's like I kind of, from a 13-year-old's perspective, I get it. I actually get it.
Right.
So here's my counter to that. Ari like lives and breathes on what like Chase says, and Chase has already gone out of his way to be pretty like down low, don't do much, that sort of thing. So to her, basically just going like, you know what? I'm going to ignore my bond horse or whatever the heck you want to say it, and just throw that curveball out there instantly. Like, yeah, I'm 13, but
he's called a horse.
Run it by Chase. Yes, but like run that idea by Chase while you're doing your work, sort of thing, maybe.
I mean, I don't know how long this guy would be in town. Evidently, he's only here for a little.
I mean, before, like, just sort of like having a conversation of like what we should and shouldn't talk about.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Sort of but at the same time, like, I don't even know if would it occur to me at that point? I would still be fucking in awe that I can hear my horse talking.
Okay, that's fair.
I would be like, do I take my advice from a horse? I'm talking to a horse and a dog, And I'm not sure, like, between the horse, the dog, and the girl that came with me, I'm not sure who to trust with more intelligence and wisdom.
I'm 100% positive she would trust the horse over everyone else.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
More than likely, yeah.
So immediately, the room goes silent, and then Lord Lexan yells at Samlet, and Samlet is very distressed, and the whole room erupts into chaos, sort of. And Lord Lexan, like, Eri is like, "Is there something wrong with the gap? Wrong with the... She is young to be a spy, is she not, Samlet?" Mr. Samlet's normally red face was pale.
You know, girl, surely you must know the shifter is from beyond the gap. He's from the Dillards.
Oh, no.
So, yeah, according to this line, the shifter is apparently from Earth.
What?
Yep.
What?
Is there magic on Earth now that doesn't originate from Balinor, I guess?
But that it's already been established that there is no magic on the other side of the gap, and that's why it's strange and scary.
Yeah.
Well, is, like, the gap a space in and of itself more than it is an absence of space between two objects? Like, what is it? What is the gap? We haven't really, like... I know she got eaten by, like, tentacles in the last one or whatever. Like, what is the gap?
We just don't know yet.
You don't know
It's
yet.
a clothing brand.
She claims to not know? Ha! The woman whose voice had seemed so kind pushed her way past Samlet and grabbed Eri's chin with one ringed hand. Apparently she is no longer Lady Kylie. She is just the woman again.
Well, you see, I can explain this too. You see, the relationship has gone down from passing acquaintance to suspicious enemy. So, like, no longer do you get the familiarity title in the
you can
dialogue.
see the
Yeah.
you can see the reputation meter go down in real time.
Yeah.
Exactly. Their social link just went down by a rank.
The social link that started at 0 is now in the negatives.
She tilted it up so that the flickering torchlight fell on it. She looks so innocent. More than innocent. She has the look of the royal family itself. This is the shifter's work, I swear. It is well known that he can take any shape, any form. That he moves among us unnoticed, to spy and do his filthy work of destruction. I say we lock her up. We lock her up and let justice deal with her.
Oh, fuck. Are we getting a fucking law moment? Oh, no. Oh, I'm excited. Oh, this woman does not know law. Oh. But also, you did have a misspeak. You said unnoticed, but it's unannounced, which is hilarious, yes. Because literally she walked up and said, "Yeah, by the way, I'm from beyond the gap." I'm sorry. I would expect a spy to have a little more tact than that.
Yeah. So,
I'm pretty sure Osama bin Laden didn't walk into America and ask, by the way, oh, I got to text my
Yeah.
Let it die. Let it die.
Yeah.
So we get in this establishment that this lady says that Ariana looks like she's from the royal family.
Yeah. First off,
and they don't make the connection.
Eve.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a princess in hiding. She's about this age. Wow, this chick that looks like she's got the blood of a royal family that fixed all the descriptions. Yeah, not Tony. It couldn't be this chick. Couldn't be this chick here. Could be.
At the chapter, I'm going to get a drink. I'll be right back.
No problem.
Okay.
But, like...
So...
What? The unicorn... Toby... This is why Toby is better. He instantly gained the connection easily.
Yep. So, Lord Lexan is not... He doesn't think that they should go for very drastic measures like that. He's like, over a mere girl. Eri splatters the peaches on the lady's feet, and she hisses at Aerie. Apparently she's Kylie again. She's suddenly Kylie again.
Suddenly.
And Mr. Samlet is very upset because she's apparently a very good stable hand. And so Aerie takes it upon herself to, now that he's mentioned the stables. Why don't I check on the unicorn, sir? Aerie suggested. She wanted out of this room. There were things that she had to discuss with Chase. Fine, fine. Just don't smear them with ripe peaches. I say ripe peaches. Especially the unicorn with the crystal horn. You must take great care around her, girl. Crystal horn? Lady Kylie said sharply. She narrowed her eyes. And who might that be, Samlet? Oh, a very beautiful unicorn, milady. Very beautiful. My cart unicorn Toby made the arrangements for her lodging. He was working for pay for her room and board. I haven't actually met her, of course, he added in a bewildered way. She never seemed to be in her stall when I go and see if the arrangements are satisfactory. But I've seen the crystal horn and the jewel on it. A unicorn with a servant? Lady Kylie sneered. I've never heard of such a thing, and Balinor unicorns don't have precious jewels on their horns. Just those of the royal court, and they all disappeared when the king and queen did. The unicorns who live in the Celestial Valley have jewels on their horns, someone at the back of the crowd said. Just random NPC number 7.
Hey, random NPC number 7 allows the plot to happen, so honestly, top tier character.
Yes.
Top tier.
Legends, Lady Kylie scoffed. Mere legends. Oh no, milady, Samlet said earnestly. Why, you don't believe in Numenor and the Rainbow Herd? I believe in what I see, Lady Kylie snapped. And if our unicorns need to believe in gods and goddesses that don't exist, that's fine with me. But I have seen the royal unicorn, Samlet, when Milord Lexon and I attended the king and queen at court, before the troubles began, and if there is a royal unicorn at your stable, man, she should not be here at this inn. So, Lady Kylie apparently establishes that she is an evil atheist.
Yep.
She just has her Edward Elric moment.
Yeah. But yeah, that was quite a lot of exposition there in just the dialogue.
Yeah, if you guys could bullet point that real quick. I was talking with family. They wanted to ask about going to dinner at some point in the next 2 weeks. So I only caught a little bit.
Samlet mentioned he mentioned Atalanta and how Toby was working to board this beautiful unicorn that he was attending. Kylie thought that was ridiculous to have a unicorn with a unicorn servant. Kylie said that there is no such thing as unicorns with jewels on their horns, except for royal unicorns. Someone said the Celestial Valley unicorns also have jewels. She doesn't believe that there is such a thing as celestial unicorns. She thinks that they are myths, so she is an atheist.
I've never bought that kind of ranch. I'm just imagining just a ranch flavor or a ranch company called Celestial Valley now.
But yeah, that's effectively what the whole conversation was.
Super magic unicorns don't exist. I only believe in the normal unicorns that we enslave, but kind of not, because they can just leave them when they want.
100%.
Yeah, so apparently there are technically 3 classes of unicorn. There are the common plebeian unicorns, the regular ones that live in Balinor. Mm-hmm. There are the fancy royal unicorns that live in the royal palace and have jewels on their horns and all that. And then there are the mythical, legendary celestial unicorns, which are basically the same thing as the royal unicorns, except the royal unicorns have given up their immortality to live on Earth. But it's already been established that unicorns that live in the Celestial Valley also eventually die as well.
despite their immortality.
Yes.
Correct.
God, shittiest form. You see, this is why Sun Wukong just like double, triple, and like quadrupled down on that shit. All right,
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
he was like, you know what? I've read Unicorns of Balinor. I know this immortality shit ain't worth the fucking bills it's printed on. I am going to make sure that I'm actually fucking immortal.
Yeah.
Like billions of years from now, Sun Wukong will be like, oh, the immortality from that fruit I ate wore off. Oh, fucking good thing I doubled down.
Yep. So, they want to speak to the potentially royal unicorn, which is also very odd that nobody mentions that Samlet didn't mention that Toby also technically has a jewel on the base of his horn, because he is also a celestial unicorn. But I guess he's just too normal looking.
Maybe he's like magicking it away or something. I don't know. He's using a glamour.
But then why didn't Atalanta do the same thing?
Because she thought that the cloak that she's wearing would totally cover it, that I invented purely for the joke that's in my head. No. Okay, she entered like while crouching, so like she was in stealth mode.
What more work than the robe of invisibility from Harry Potter with this thing?
We will ask her now, Lady Kylie said. I've never heard of such a thing. A royal housed in your inn, Samlet. It's ridiculous.
It's a very fine inn, milady.
Yeah. Mr. Samlet protested. Take me to her at once. And Ari was amused to see that Samlet could walk backwards and bow at the same time. Because fat.
Again, I just keep noting people can do this. What is wrong with this?
Okay, hold on. Dude, it's like you're having. This is so dumb. Like, you always have to just throw that in there at the very end of this the supposedly tense scene right here, dog.
Wait, Ari, it's easier to walk backwards and bow than it is to stay standing and bow. Because you're actually splitting your weight, like, evenly over a longer distance. Like, you're actually more balanced when you're bowing and walking backwards.
Okay, now you got me. Wait. No, he's right. Yeah.
I just did it. I was paying attention. Like, because I actually have a really nice acting trick that makes you very aware of where your center of balance is. I'm typically pretty mindful of it. So it's like, wait, no, that doesn't make any fucking sense to me. What the fuck are you talking about? Because when you bow over, your center of balance goes forward. But when you're walking backwards, your center of balance goes backwards. So it evens out in the middle.
Yeah. So they all leave the inn to go to the stables, but Atalanta isn't there. Lady Kylie didn't believe him. These are strange times, Lord Lexon observed. Come, my dear, it's late. We should be heading back to our home. Samlet, ask our unicorns if they are ready to be hitched to our carriage. If they will hear me, my lord. Or, that's you, Raymond.
If they will hear me, my lord.
Samlet said apologetically.
I'm afraid that when I turned them out to pasture this morning, I say turn them out. They spoke very little to me.
Outrageous.
You have to turn them. What is the position that unicorns fill in this society? I don't understand. Are they workhorses? Are they fucking independent free thinkers? What are they?
They are elevated pets, apparently.
Apparently not. Do they have a choice, except they don't. I don't get it. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna get better. Just wait as I read the next few lines here.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, is it Samlet?
You go ask them. Yeah, Samlet.
You go ask them, girl. I say ask them, and then hitch them up if you would.
It's Ari, she reminded him firmly. Lady Kylie gave her a suspicious glance.
You need to read that in the voice of Molly from Sailor Moon Abridged. It's Molly. Because everyone's always getting her name wrong.
Mm-hmm. So, because Lady Kylie is evil, and therefore she is more intelligent than all of these other characters. And she realizes that a girl who looks like she is from the royal family and is named Aerie might be Princess Ariana, the lost princess of Balinor.
Wait, is Kylie, I guess, confirmed
Say that
evil,
so.
or is it just that she's atheist and that's evil?
Give it a bit. Give it a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, just give it a bit.
Oh no, is Kylie Entia, the shifter, our enemy?
The carriage harness was hung on Oren's wall. Aerie took both unicorns into the courtyard and backed them into the carriage shafts. Then she hitched up the harness. Both unicorns stood placidly and did whatever she asked.
What are you doing? I say, what are you doing?
Aerie jumped. She didn't hear Mr. Samlet come up behind her. Hitching the unicorns up, she said. She wanted to add, isn't it obvious, but didn't.
But you are guiding them.
Mr. Samlet said.
It's as if they don't know what you want them to do. Oh dear, I wonder if Lord Lexon will be able to get home.
They're very well-trained unicorns, Aerie offered. I'm sure all he has to do is use the reins.
Use the reins? I say use the reins! Okay. Look, the shtick is wearing thin, dude. Like, every few paragraphs you can get away with it, but literally 4 times in the same, like, conversational exchange? No.
Yeah.
Not in Balinor.
I told you, Foghorn Leghorn, that is his entire
No,
shtick.
Foghorn Leghorn did not get this annoying.
Well, Foghorn Leghorn is also a lot more charismatic, if you would.
Eloquent.
Yes.
Indeed.
He's got that contra twang. Okay.
Not in Balinor.
Mr. Samlet said.
No, not in Balinor. And where did you say you were from again?
Aerie waved her hand vaguely in the air.
Up north?
North? Yeah.
Was that him or her?
I don't know, because it's in the same paragraph, but it...
Is this a typo? Because I noticed there's a
What is
spacing
reality?
typo up in the beginning of the paragraph. So I'm wondering if this is another major typo.
It might be...
Oh.
It might be Samlet, then.
Yeah, she's waving. He's like, up north?
Aries, and apparently Lexon and Kylie interrupt the scene. Lord Lexon took up the reins and said, "Home, Nathan and Oren." Both unicorns just stood there. It looked as if Nathan had fallen back asleep. "We said home," Lady Kylie said sharply, with no period at the end of the sentence.
Wait, how can you go home? Your mansion was fucking raided.
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
Summer home, maybe?
I guess we presume that.
Wherever they're staying, I guess. Nothing happened. "Cluck," Aerie suggested. "What?" Lady Kylie glared at her. "Go like this." Aerie made a clucking noise. Both Nathan and Oren jerked their heads up at the sound. "And then flex the reins like this." Aerie shook her hands in the air. Lord Lexon tried it. The unicorns moved off slowly in an erratic manner.
Okay. All right, so we've established that they're losing their language, so Ari's experience with horses actually comes into play.
Yeah.
I like that.
Although, I do have to wonder, how is it that Nathan and Oren know what clucking and what these non-communicative ways to talk to them mean when it's never happened to them before?
That's a very good question.
Yeah.
Also, the guys that are currently handling the horses don't know, like, any more beyond what you just demonstrated. What is... they're just gonna... I guess they're fucked on the way home. Do they know how to stop? Like, are they gonna get, like, okay, you guys can stop now. They're not stopping, honey. You guys can stop now. Honey, they're not stopping. Honey, they're not stopping. Oh no, the cliff. Why is there a cliff next to our house, honey? Ah!
I think that this actually would have been a fine scene if there was actually no such thing as rains. Because what do you need rains for if you can just talk to the unicorns?
Yeah. It's
that would
like
have to be
saying-
something that would need to be invented specifically for the lack of communication.
I just thought of a really cute scene with like a little girl that's like 5 or 6, and she has bye Kaiser. We'll see you later.
Indeed.
But like a little girl that has like, you know, an adult unicorn that's like her playmate, and like they're actually really good friends, and he's very understanding of her and very like educational. Like when she asks questions, he answers them, like kind of a fatherly type element. Like, I don't know, I just had that image in my head. I'm like, that could have been a really good story. We're not getting anything like that here.
That sounds wholesome and nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, both me and Kaiser are both me and Kaiser are currently blank spots on the stream.
Oh yeah, no, that's
Yeah,
biblically accurate mode.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
Well, it's because Kaiser left. I mean, why are you surprised that Kaiser's not there? Kaiser died.
Yeah.
Well, the ink comes back. Like, come on, I know how Necrons work.
Now he's now he should be better. Yeah.
Yeah, he needed to do a hard reset. That's fine.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, once again, Aerie reminds them that her unicorn is a horse and not a unicorn.
Mm-hmm.
Because Samlet says, your own horse can't speak, so that's why you must know this stuff. He's a horse. It's like, yeah, we get it.
Your own unicorn. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, I guess they go back into the inn. Do we go to sleep now too? Link asked. Not yet, boy. I need to see to Chase. You always think about Chase first. He looked up at her, his eyes soft and pleading. It's dangerous in this place. I can smell it. I can hear it. We should go back to the room where Lori is. It's safe there. So, establishing that no matter what, Aerie always thinks of Chase first before everybody and anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Aerie knelt down and ran her fingers around his ears. I don't know it's safe anywhere, Link. And I have to say to Chase, he needs me. I need you too, Link growled. Aerie laughed.
By the way, fuck Lori.
Yeah.
Just like absolutely, like she's mentioned. I can hear it. We should go back to the room where Lori is. Not for Lori's safety in any measure or to inform her what's happening or anything like that. No, fuck her. She could actually leave the room and that wouldn't be a problem. It's just, she's not even mentioned in their equation.
No, the real joke would be like we have to go back to the room where Lori is. Aerie like tilts her head. Who's Lori?
We need each other. All of us. And that includes Lori. Come on now, I need to find a curry comb. If they have curry combs in Balinor, I'll brush Chase and then I'll brush you. Because Chase always comes first.
And then I'll brush Lori.
Like goes over with the like horse hairbrush over to Lori, and she just looks at her like, "What are you doing? You must be brushed." Why did you say it so threateningly? Because it was a threat.
Because we're anime now and we're having a gag.
Oh no.
And I'm establishing something here with my highlights. If there's two different things that I think that I want to talk about, I'm gonna do two different colors. But if there is something that is actually good, I'm gonna highlight it specifically in orange.
Ooh.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this one is pink, which means that it's just right beside a different point that I am going to talk about.
Ah.
Aerie commanded Chase to stand and then went to work on his coat. After a moment, he said, "There is magic here in Balinor."
She turns to her talking horse and says, "No shit."
Magic. I hadn't noticed.
Had you noticed, Link? Did you notice the magic? I didn't notice the magic. Shall we go ask one of the other unicorns outside?
No,
honestly, if Ari had that kind of lip, way more fun character.
Oh yeah.
To be fair, no, there's not even to be fair. That's just true.
Yeah. Like I had to highlight that just on its own for how stupid of a line that was.
I think, yeah, my note here was, and I quote, Arnold Schwarzenegger's no shit.
No, dude, it's so funny that you mentioned that. I have that as a clip.
Yes, exactly.
In like a part of my new video I'm working on.
It's so just simple. It's just like, yeah,
No
of course.
shit.
No shit.
I know.
Oh my god.
I wonder if that's why you can talk to me all the time now. But I wish that you could talk out loud, Chase, and Link too. And there's another thing I wish. I'd like to meet that unicorn, the one with the crystal horn, but she's gone from her stall. There is mystery here, Chase agreed, even though that he is not talking about the same thing. He is just continuing on with his thought, not paying attention to what Ari said at all.
Mm-hmm.
And something is bad out there, milady. I can feel it.
Okay, Chase. Like Ari's like Chase, buddy, Bucko,
Ow.
husband.
Up there.
I was about to be like, yes, of course there's mystery here. We don't know where the fuck we are. That's the biggest mystery so far. And secondly, yes, there's something bad out there. Need I remind you? Army of black unicorns traveling through the woods and everyone referring to it as a bad fucking thing. It's like,
God.
Chase, are you okay? Are you having a stroke?
These 3 paragraphs gave me so much psychic damage from how stupid they were.
It's like,
You know what? That might be the explanation as to why Chase is acting like this. He read the script and he himself is getting psychic damage.
yeah, I was gonna say he's like, wait, but so there's magic, and mystery. Like that's just the barest concepts. We don't actually have anything that fills them.
Yeah, I think it's like my man is under a level 9 confusion spell and he is not making that save.
So, she finishes looking after Chase, and then Ari! It was a woman's voice, high and commanding. Lincoln jumped to his feet and growled. Ari felt Chase come to a full alert beside her. Yes, she called. I'm over here. Come back to the inn. Now, if you please. It's Lady Kylie, Ari said. I suppose she's forgotten something, or maybe the unicorns just turned around and wandered back here. Sleep well, Chase. Ari, don't go. She looked up at him. There was a line of worry between his eyes. Why not? He stamped the ground. I don't know. By the moon, I don't know. If I could only remember, he raised his head and whinnied, a long, angry call of frustration. Hush, Ari said. You'll wake everyone up. And then she proceeds to not heed the warning of her unicorn, actively telling her it might be dangerous.
So, this was the joke I was trying to set up with her talking to Chase first before doing anything stupid, because I was going to end it with, well, she's obviously going to ignore him anyway.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Because, yeah, because the shifter is here, our enemy.
Mm-hmm.
This kid is searching for her Darwin Award.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. So, there's like 3 paragraphs of just Lady Kylie shrieking at Ari to get over here. Girl, I'll be right there. Get over here. Yes? Come here, please. That's all that I didn't highlight.
Yeah.
Ari walked into the room. A chill prickled the back of her neck, and she stopped. Link pressed close to her side. Something was wrong. There were people in the room, as there had been earlier in the evening. But those had been the townspeople of Balinor. These men and women looked the same, at first glance. Maybe it was the air in the room that was confusing. Perhaps Mr. Samlet had placed a wet log in the fire by mistake, because the whole room was full of a sort of thin, oily smoke. Not smoke exactly, but a brackish haze. It made it hard to see who these people were. Everyone except Kylie was dressed in long cloaks. The hoods were drawn over their heads, and that she couldn't tell the men from the women. And how do you know that these are men or women at all?
How did they look at all similar to the townspeople? They're literally a bunch of people standing around in freaky cloaks. They are nowhere near similar to regular townsfolk.
Dude, Ari, are you stroking out? You just got... Dude, you can't get your story straight.
She caught the stroke from Sunchaser.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's contagious.
Also, again, as you said, like, these are just people in cloaks. How do they blend the townspeople? It's like you go into a tavern in D&D and the GM goes out of their way to give like a 3-paragraph explanation description of these people in cloaks. And it's like, oh yeah, we'll ignore them.
Izanagi, all I'm thinking of is for the greater good.
The greater good.
The greater good.
Shut that.
Shut it.
The fire... The fire blazed up suddenly, revealing the face of what Ari thought was a little boy inside the fireplace. For some reason.
Beside
this
the
is
fireplace.
never explained.
Beside, not inside. Beside. Very important distinction.
Okay, so
this intimidating small boy, and he's just like, aha, I am the main antagonist, and he just catches fire. It's like,
okay,
oh god.
Now that I'm reading it again, it does say beside.
Yes.
I read it as inside.
Yeah, beside the fireplace.
I love the idea. It's like, yes, the intimidating figure. Like, this stands right in the fire. Oh god, I am on fire. Oh god, I was gonna give a whole. Oh god, someone help! He just burns to death like right there, and no one helps him. It's just like everyone's staring awkwardly. Like, well, okay.
I'm pretty sure this is Jay and Silent Bob joke. One of those movies it happened. I think. We'll talk later.
But either way, like, there's no reason why she should focus on a boy beside the fireplace. It's weird.
It should actually be harder to see his face if he's beside the fireplace.
Yeah.
The short ones weren't children. They were very short adults with twisted faces.
It's very
question.
Rude.
What is a? It was like short adult, like a dwarf.
Yeah, it's like
no. We'll learn what these things are at the end of the novel, which are basically like goblins or gnomes.
Yeah, they are, but at the same time, like, couldn't a bit more description there? I feel like there's like a
go halvesies on it, Twi. They're noblins.
Noblins?
Yeah.
Noblins.
Yeah, that's fair.
Short women implied. See what? Down, boy.
Oh no.
The door behind her bulged with a force of angry blows. The bench shifted out. Ari, you must come here, now. Ari's running away from them. She's...
You kind of... Are they hostile, I guess? They're full evil, and they're here to attack.
Okay.
Yeah, they're attacking her.
Okay.
These are the evil men with the evil hoods and the evil twisted faces, and they are calling for Ari to come here, and everything is like, haven't you looked at the oily atmosphere of the room, Raymond? Come on.
Well, no, I wasn't aware that suddenly we kicked off into an action sequence. I thought there was going to be a tense, like, hand over the girl type sequence. You kind of skipped them going from one to the other. So I was like, oh, are we just in a chase? Okay. All right. We're
yes.
running.
Well, yeah, I know, like, right after that I didn't highlight, right after that, it says Ari ran. She flung herself over the bottom half of the stall door. So, like, she's running away. Now she's running away.
Okay.
She's running. Kylie screams something.
Wait, what? Apparently I, like, skipped a couple of pages.
You apparently did.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
I think you might just lag and double clicking. So I noticed the page go by, but I was kind of confused. Like, okay, I guess it wasn't important.
Sorry.
A good chunk. Speaking from experience, a good chunk of this comes of kind of a malaise that you just sort of say, "Oh, yeah, good."
Well,
Yeah,
the only thing of importance is we know who you are. Lady Kylie opened her mouth with a smile. Aerie swallowed hard. The woman's teeth were sharp and pointed like a fox.
Oh
Hit
no,
her.
Lady Kylie! I never would have guessed you were evil by the way you were an atheist in this world that very clearly has deities.
Oh, hey, she's and again, my note. Oh, hey, she's evil. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
How convenient is it that we don't have a character on the hero's side or in the general populace that actually has doubts and disagreements with the main protagonists in ways that like would make an interesting story that they have to work together and get over those issues in order to succeed at fighting off the actual villains. Oh no.
Yeah. So Link is protecting her. He's telling her to run. She won't run because the cliche, I can't leave you here. You must. A hand reached out to grab her. Its nails were long and pointed. Lincoln darted forward and sank its teeth into it. Blood flew around his jaws. Go now! Go now! I cannot save us both. I can't leave you. They don't want me. They want you. Run.
It took caps lock for this chick to realize, fucking go.
I'm so
the fucking Nazgul are
tired.
here. Leave.
I'm so fucking tired of this cliche that it's like, I can't leave you. Just fucking go. They're telling you to go. They're obviously holding it off. They can't leave unless you do. Stop being an idiot. You're just putting both of you in more danger.
I would like it. It's like, leave now. And it's like, okay. And it's like, what? You're supposed to take me with you. Oh, fuck.
No, more people need to pull like a Leon Kennedy, I'll leave myself out. It just, when someone says run, they just yeet themselves out a window. Like, we're gone.
So Aerie finally runs after the cliche, and she's trying to get through a door. Thank goodness there were no latches here. She turned for a last look at her gallant collie. What she saw then would haunt her for the rest of her life. Lady Kylie came at the dog with a flaming torch. She whirled it once around her head, then brought it down with all her might onto Lincoln's silken head. The collie yelped and fell like a stone to the floor.
With its head.
The door swung closed.
And to Aerie's face, which is on her head. I'm just sorry, just the head and head in the same sentence. It's one of those just irritations.
Understandable.
Yeah. The door swung closed in Aerie's face. Aerie fought the urge to open the door and plunge into the crowd, because she's at least got enough wits about her to not want to commit suicide because her dog got hurt.
Right.
Okay. At one point.
Yeah.
No, the dog is such a good boy, and I want to save the good boy. Okay, no, the good boy has questionable tastes.
It does.
Yeah.
Both in humans and in unicorns. So I don't know. I'm not as torn up about Link not making it out of this. I know he will, but I still, yeah.
To be fair, I was just making a bit of a joke when he was fanboying about Atalanta, but yeah.
Anyone fanboying after Atalanta, I think, is questionable, even if it's not.
Fair enough. I
This
suppose.
is true. Yeah.
So Aerie's running back to the stalls, and Atalanta beckons her over. Starlight shone on the brickyard, bleaching the ruddy bricks. The white light fell on the stable doors, closed now against the cool night air. The top of one door swung open. A low, sweet voice called out, "Ariana, come here." The door behind her bulged with the force of angry blows. The bench shifted out. "Aerie, you must come here, now." So Aerie does, and she's running away. Ariana, lie down. I will cover you with the straw. The twilight-colored unicorn drifted toward her as if she were dancing on air. Come, do as I say. It's a very descriptive thing, but it's also a very odd description for just her barely shifting over. She's just dancing, I guess.
Okay. I know it's like dancing implies a lot of movement, but I'm just imagining the unicorn not moving its legs, and it's just like kind of hovering, and it's just sliding like in different directions. It's just like, come here, I will move along the X plane and give you space.
What is it like? Michael Jackson moonwalk, like the one horse
God
from
damn
the,
it! I know. I had the same idea.
Well, I was going with the Michael Jackson moonwalk, like that one horse from the AC Shadows trailer.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to go with the cha-cha slide then. That's what I think.
Good man.
Turn it up.
How do you know my name? She asked shyly. The dream speaker poor Link had called her. She seemed like a goddess encased in silvery light. Hurry. Eri flung herself into the straw. The unicorn bent her lovely head. The crystal horn flashed as she used it to toss straw over Eri.
I unideally giving away their location, because the flash of bright light in a dark location.
Yep.
Indeed.
Nice job, genius.
So, she just barely manages to cover Eri in the straw by the time they make it over to the stall. They're very polite.
I said, sure. Yep.
Yeah.
You're that lucky.
Yep. She's very polite to the unicorn, asking her if they've seen a young girl with bronze hair and eyes like the sky. Because you can't just say bronze hair and blue eyes.
Yeah, I was going to point that out. That's just sort of like you're being super extra there, Lady Kylie.
Yeah.
Gotta do it.
Eri wondered why she thought the woman sounded distinguished. There was something horrible about her voice. Something snake-like. Because she's evil.
Oh, specifically snaky. Like that's
yes.
Like, oh yeah, so the cutthroat is a snake. How surprising.
Yeah.
Atalanta tells them to fuck off. She says, "Lady, we must obey, of course. Will you bless our search? She is a traitor, this one, and a spy. I bless all searches for traitors and spies. Now go, leave me." There is a respectful murmur from the crowd outside.
Ariana is the spy. The spy has entered the base. She could be you. She could be me. She could even be the unicorn.
So, they have a conversation now about who they are. Well, no, they don't even start with that. They're just like, what's going on? I don't know what's going on. I understand. Come out. So she comes out and then immediately goes to, "You left the fucking ruby behind, you dumbass. You left the ruby on the other side." Eri's hand went to her throat. "The necklace Lincoln brought me when I was in the hospital? Why? How do you know about that?"
I'm a magic unicorn.
Bitch.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
"I am Atalanta. As your friend the collie said, I am sometimes called the Dream Speaker. This is all I have of my watching pool," she added. "But this will do for now. But the gap. If you know about my necklace and where I left it, you know about the gap. Please, milady, will you send me and my friends back? Come and see." Just ignoring her.
Ari, stand your ground. I'm not moving until you answer my question.
Yeah.
Could someone here please explain fucking anything? I beg you.
No, like, when you want to say something, the best course of action is to not acknowledge anything that the other person is saying and just be obstinate until the person complies with what you want.
Actually, that
works really well with 13-year-olds. They're so good at being compliant.
That might be a fun, like, writing challenge for a story, is write an entire story that does make sense ultimately, but the main character never learns what the fuck is going on until maybe not even at the very end. They don't even learn what's going on. But like if you actually put the pieces together, you can figure it out. But the entire idea being the main character just has no clue what the fuck is happening, and they're just kind of scrambling through it, trying to like find out.
I'm pretty sure that's the plot of BlazBlue.
The fuck did you just say to me?
I'm pretty sure that's the plot of BlazBlue.
It's BlazBlue.
BlazBlue? BlazBlue.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were making a joke.
I couldn't
didn't
tell.
think you were legitimately calling it Blaz, not Blaze.
I read it as Blaz my entire life.
I know, you better be happy that Code Blaze Fate isn't in chat right now.
Sky Slasher might be.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh,
That's how I read it, I swear to God.
Okay, I didn't even realize it was BlazBlue at first when you were saying it. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? You just started talking in tongues. Iza's here as well. Iza, you're a given.
Isa, I'm sorry, but no. So this is the great like pleasure and pain of being really dyslexic for your entire life, because you read words, then when you say them out loud as you read them in your head, no one knows what you're talking about, and it's a great realization for everybody.
BlazBlue fans, please be aware, your story is so convoluted that even the name is confusing. Thank you very much.
I just love the idea. BlazBlue flans.
BlazBlue flan.
Oh, it'd be like berry flavored.
Oh
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, it'd be like a
flans,
jalapeno
but in
berry.
Ragna's colors. It'd just be flans, but in like freaking Ragna the Blood Edge's colors.
Oh, I knew that.
So we go back to the plot point from the last book about the selling of the ruby, and telling Dr. Bones to sell the dog leash, even though that it's collar, not a leash, ma'am.
Please.
And then, of
you
course,
see,
Atalanta,
it's actually a leash that you just loop around to turn into a collar, because that's totally how they work.
Yeah.
Atalanta admonishes her for this. That was a mistake, the unicorn said. Made with good heart, but a mistake nonetheless. Why?
It wasn't made with
Watch
good heart.
again. No, it was made for very selfish reasons.
Yeah, 100% selfish reasons. She wanted to keep her horse.
Yep. So she looks at the mirror that is the watching pool, and unicorns with fiery red eyes paraded through the forest. She shuddered. Ugh, I saw them today. The demon unicorns. The shifter's work.
Antia, the shifter, our enemy?
Yes.
Yes. My herdmates. Once upon a time. But that was not a story to tell you here and now. So...
It's quite literally a story for another time.
I no, it was the note I had was Destiny NPC looking head ass right now.
Just it. Oh, Kaiser's gone again.
Yay!
He has left us.
We're gonna have to start taking bets on how many times he's gonna disconnect their entire streams. I feel like that'd be a fun game.
I honestly feel very special.
It just baffles me, because it's like, okay, so nobody else in your herd except for Numenor and yourself are concerned that literal people from your community are disappearing and turning into shadow demons.
It's pure just fuck 'em energy and like,
yeah.
Okay, they don't matter.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
I'm gonna put some dirt in their eye. I don't get it, man.
I'm not even gonna try again.
Oh god.
And then she sees the shifter and she's like,
"Oh my god, take it away, please." Yes, you know that eye. That is Entia, or one of the forms that Entia takes. He is what was searching for you in the meadow at Glacier River. That eye, the eye of the shifter, is looking for you everywhere. He will stalk you, search for you until he finds you.
Okay, but please elaborate. Where is everywhere right now? Where the fuck am I? Can you please tell me anything? I don't know what kind of geography I'm surrounded by right now.
Add another bad joke. I'm not saying it.
And then, of course, Ari asks, like, why? Why is Entia searching for me? I haven't done anything. It's not what you've done, it's who you are, because she has to be very vague and build this up for no reason.
Gotta have dramatic timing, I guess.
Yeah. The last 6 months tumbled through Ari's mind like gravel falling down a slope. The days before she learned Chase could talk to her, when she was just Anne and Frank's foster daughter, Dr. Bones' friend, Frank's best worker in the stable.
Oh my god, Frank exists?
Yep.
Yeah.
The pathetic little man. And then, some memories came back. They were erratic, like fireflies winking off and on and out. They were memories, just enough. The days before Glacier River Farm. The days she had lived here, in Balinor.
I like the description about the memories coming back. The fireflies thing. That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is very nice. It's just frustrating where it's like, so that's all it took. Just being honest with her, not doing the whole rigmarole of gaslighting her, just fucking telling her the truth.
Yeah,
Then she would remember.
I mean, if the more you know, the more the shifter's eye can see you, sort of thing. Maybe you have an argument, but no, the foster parents / her servants are just assholes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it also makes even less sense because the shifter caused the amnesia.
That too.
Also, you're revealing the actual identity halfway through the second book. Like, you feel like if you're going for the whole amnesiac princess angle, you're going to want to do that, like, actually stretch that out a significant period of time. I mean, admittedly, it's not really worth a damn right now for a number of different reasons. But if you had done it right, you would kind of want that to be like a reoccurring thing where the character isn't quite sure why she is the center of attention. I would at least wait till the end of the second book.
Yeah.
Yes, but
as we'll see, she won't fully get her memories back, and they'll kind of come piecemeal as the books go on. But she does, as I'm going to be reading in just a moment, she immediately learns that she is the princess. And just look at her reaction right here. I'm that princess they talked about, Ari said dully.
What? Dully? Honey,
Yeah.
honey, wake up, honey. This one line annoyed me so much when I first read it.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's just like, oh my god, I'm a main character.
Yeah, like, okay. If it's shock, say shocked, not dully. Like, if it's her being like absolutely like muted, like in muted shock, that's just saying like, I'm that princess I talked about. I remember some of it now. Oh, I remember now. There was no accident. Like, into like gradually picking up pace, you can describe that, which you don't hear at all. It's just so she's remembering like, I remember some of it now. Oh, I remember now. There was no accident. There was no car wreck. The shifter caught me, caught my mother, the queen, hid her, kidnapped her, sent her away, stole my father, the king, and he was also gone from the kingdom to the caves beneath the six seas, where no one has gone before.
And then the next line, yes, my dearest dear. What?
And suddenly you turn back to Ariana, and she is now a quadrupedal fawn.
Of course.
But it's just remember the last book where like they didn't focus on it, but there was at least a line or two where she's like, I don't like living with my stupid ass foster parents. I really wish that I could remember who I actually was, that I could remember who my real parents were. And then this reaction is like, oh.
Okay, you know, actually, it would have
Okay,
been great if,
sure.
like, you had, like, a moment of, like, oh my god, I'm that princess. There was no accident, and it's like, oh, my parents are dead. Fuck. Like, anything, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're just
the most
kidnapped.
underreaction.
It's not even stated that they're dead. They're just being held captive.
Oh. Yeah, no, absolutely. This is actually be way more like, oh, we gotta go save some people.
Yeah.
Like my family.
Yep.
You know, my mother, the queen, and my father, the king, my family.
Yeah. No mention of her brothers. Oh, yeah. Well, she does mention her brothers here. I'll just finish this paragraph here.
Mm-hmm.
And I am Ariana. She raised her head, a sudden hope flooding her.
That is your name.
My brothers, Tace and Bren, the princes were taken too.
Mostly because of their stupid fucking names.
Yes. So, yeah, you would think that the moment that she learns that her family is all captured and are being held hostage, that she would want to, like, go after them as soon as fucking possible. But, remember when I told you when we first started reading this book that there is one final book that just never got written?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was supposed to be the book where she goes to rescue her family.
So they're all just stuck in the freaking prison forever.
Yes.
Literally Ariana sitting on the throne. Did I forget about something? she's like 80 years old, having lived a long, arduous life, leading her kingdom, giving birth to terrible hybrid animals. And she's just like, have I forgotten something? We just got to like a jail cell with like 4 skeletons.
Correct me if I'm wrong, if I can get my memories right on this. They already had the like final battle at Mount Doom moment. That's done. Still need to get the parents.
You would think that'd be part of that.
Oh
yeah,
my god.
So yeah, there was supposed to be a final book, and that book was all about going on a journey to find her family and rescue them from wherever they were kept prisoner. And we never got that book because the contract with Scholastic expired, and Mary Stanton just never bothered to renew it for the final book.
Amazing.
And then when the Kindle versions of these books came out, she said that she was working on the final book so that the fans of the Unicorns of Balinor would finally have closure for the end of the series. And then she fucked off the internet, and we don't know if she's still even alive.
Do you hear it, chat? The regret, the despair in Twilight's voice as she reads this information.
It's like seeing 9/11 for the first time.
Like, you guys in the RWBY fandom are like lamenting that Volume 10 may never be a thing, and I'm like, get in fucking line. I have been waiting for this fucking book since 2001.
Dude, until that book comes out, Vin Diesel will give this series a thumbs down. I think that's the biggest regret here.
Yeah. No, because what was really important was family, and she forgot.
Yep.
Kind of forgot about her family.
I forgot.
She kind of forgot her family was a thing.
Arya kind of forgot her family.
Okay, so
So she's
Celtic, you
getting
know
her
now
mem-
that Twilight is going to write the final book. You plan to do a rewrite series.
Yeah, she's gonna rewrite
Like an
the
actual,
entire
like
fucking
your
thing.
own take on this series.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll
And
read it.
the book is going to go in a very different direction. And that's partially because of the third book. And you'll see why once we get there, but I don't know when we'll get to the third book.
Oh boy.
But as it is, yeah, I'll talk more about it, I guess, when we finish the actual like reading through the book series. So she's going through her memories, and she has a memory of being in the palace and what her mother and father look like and all that kind of stuff. And then she said, "You were there. You took me through the gap, Atalanta." And she says, "Yes, we sent you with the people of this village." "But why didn't they recognize me? I mean, if the people here are, as they said, the king's men, and they helped me and my family as best as they could." "They helped you more than you know. But why didn't they know who I was tonight? You have been gone from Balinor a while, Ariana." So the explanation is, you went through puberty and now nobody can recognize you.
That's
Which,
not how puberty works.
No, not at all.
Ma'am, you were a child once. You went through puberty. Like, I imagine this poor woman woke up in her house one day and her parents were like, "Who the fuck are you? Get the fuck out of our house. Where's our daughter?"
Dude, you can't be fucking serious, dude. It's like object permanent. You know what? In exchange for magic being a thing in this world, they just get rid of object permanence.
Yeah.
That's the trade-off.
And she doubles down on that by saying, "And you have grown up since you've been gone, Ariana. You have changed. Many may not recognize you." But it says up here, and I didn't highlight it. Apparently, the only length of time that it must have taken for her legs to heal, which I read to heal broken, like, fractured legs, is about 6 months.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, fractured legs during puberty might actually, like, indent your fucking growth.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. The one good thing that I will say about these books is that the injuries don't just go away. Like, throughout the entire book series, she is constantly, like, rubbing her sore legs.
Yes, that is something I also made note of, but it's
small.
It's like, the best thing that I can think of to compare to is like remembering that like Doctor Strange has like surgery scars on his hands in the Marvel movies.
Yeah.
Right.
Balinor, House of the Unicorns. Da, 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 da. Actually, I could kind of see a parody video like that.
I want it. I want it, actually.
Oh my god. It's Jamie Sunchaser and Ariana Sunchaser.
Oh no. The House of Sunchaser.
I can't. I'm done. Goodbye, y'all.
So we get full confirmation that Kylie is evil here. Kylie, the one who looks for you even now, with part of the evil army? One of his, yes. She knows who you are. That's why she returned for you just now. And yet, also, right after this is what I just read, that you have grown so people may not recognize you, but apparently the evil bitch does.
I had being evil gives +5 to insight checks.
Yeah. And then Aerie gets angry. Rage welled in Aerie like a lava flow. My dog's been hurt, tears flooded her eyes, and Lady Kylie. The name sent a shiver of horror through her. The Shifter's high priestess. What? When did you learn that she was the Shifter's High Priestess?
Also, fuck, the Shifter's High Priestess just hanging out in this random village.
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
Did
Shouldn't
you know-
they already be trying to like capture her or something?
You could make
Wouldn't
an
the Shifter
argument.
want to do that?
You can make an argument that like, oh, the army's out, so they're like the big army is just galloping through the forest looking for things.
I love the next exchange. Sorry, you go.
You've probably got a better idea.
Well, no, it's just like, and your mother's friend before the great betrayal. Yes, my mother's friend. It can't be. It is. It has the exact same energy. Father McGrath, I thought you were dead. I was.
It's it's like betrayal on Balinor in this country, localized entirely on a friend of the Queen's. Yes.
So, like, what we know of the Great Betrayal might as well just be the fucking scene with Ganondorf and Ocarina of Time, for all we know.
Yeah. Just...
With the exact same laughing sound clip.
Yeah, so, like... Because all we know is that there was a guy that came and swore fealty to the King of Balinor and the Queen of Balinor, and that only apparently lasted 3 months before they betrayed them, and then sent all of this chaos. It's literally the story of Ganondorf going to Hyrule.
Yeah. Mix in a few ring wraiths there, and yeah, you're pretty good.
So not only does the author of this book love Looney Tunes, but she's also a Nintendo fan. Got you.
That's a good thing to be a fan of.
But the tears came back. Aerie swallowed. Princesses didn't cry. Or did they?
Huh?
She has just this really weird hang-up about how because she's a princess, she shouldn't cry and she needs to be strong and all this kind of stuff. It's so weird and it comes out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was going to say that, like, you could do something with this. You know, like other stories with like similar characters do all the time, where it's all like, okay, it's about the standards of their position. You know, they gotta always be incredibly capable and strong all the time. And you know, that could be a very interesting moment here, but I guess fuck that.
Yeah, it's just,
but like, there's no reason for her to think that.
It just reminds me that there's that copy pasta that goes around occasionally about the little girl who was raised by her father and they played princess together, but like he actually taught her how to like rule a kingdom in the medieval times and like how to like balance the budget of the kingdom and like make decrees for, and she who play like the townsfolk asking her for things. And it just makes me want for like, I want a Disney film now that involves a princess that actually has to do princess work.
Yeah.
Like that would be nice to see, like a princess actually doing the things a princess does and make that kind of relevant to the plot. I know that no kids aren't super interested in politics, but you can spice it up with a magical setting. Like, oh no, the dragons aren't getting enough vegetables in their diet. And it's like, why do they're dragons? Why do they need vegetables in their diet? Feed them more cows. Like, the cows are striking. It's like, why are the cows striking? We keep feeding them to the dragons. It's like, oh, okay.
Do the hogs have anyone that they don't like?
So it continues with this very well, it certainly is a moment. Let's read it. My dog is hurt, maybe dead, my family the same. I hate the shifter. I hate him. You must put aside your hate, Ariana. Hate will not save you or your people. Hate makes me strong, Aerie said through clenched teeth. Hate blinds you. Hate is a tool of the shifter.
just para, written by George Lucas.
No, it's just all I got for this was she realizes she's the main character and suddenly she wants a rage shonen MC moment.
Yeah. Like, what is this fucking Star Wars dialogue?
I know, right? It's like hate makes me strong.
Specifically, this is prequel dialogue, okay.
Atalanta, I am. Yes.
Honestly, if Atalanta sounded exactly, you know what? In my head, I'm gonna read Atalanta like Yoda, but just the tone, not the actual like speech patterns, but just the tone.
Yeah.
So they continue on with Eri just letting the hatred go, I guess, and then Atalanta tells her to stand aside. She goes out of the way. Atalanta touches the mirror, and she sang one long lyrical note. I call the sun chaser. Chase. Eri stared at Atalanta. Chase. Chase is the lord of the unicorns.
No shit.
He's horse Jeebus.
Why did I feel like that was about to like slide into a rap? Like I am imagining like no, hear me out. Like my brain just suddenly clicked to the Men in Tights song. We're men. Or not, or no, sorry, the rap section of that. Anyway, I don't know why my brain just clicked on like that. Just it has like a weird lyrical notation to it. Like, I mean, obviously it says, I call the sun chaser. Anyway.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, by the way, fuck
that
Lori.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, fuck Lori as well.
Eri has that revelation. Atalanta ignores her, and then Eri hears galloping as Chase comes when called, I guess. Sun Chaser, Atalanta said.
Please.
Yeah. You okay?
Sorry, I mixed up Chase and Link in my mind for a moment there, and I thought it was even funnier. Never mind.
Oh.
Link, I thought you died. I did.
I did.
Sun Chaser, Atalanta said. It is hard to see you like this. She took a few steps toward him. The tip of her horn touched the scar on his forehead. Chase trembled. Sweat patched his withers, but he didn't lift his head.
I'm sorry, you just walk up and touch this man's fucking wounds? Like, you ever just walk up and it's like, buddy, it's been so long. Oh, you're hurt. And just stick your finger in their bullet wound.
Yo, bro, this
No,
I need to make sure you're okay. Wiggle it around a little bit.
She's not even, like, touching him. It's not just that she's touching his wound. She's touching it with a sharp, pointy object.
Fuck him, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh my god, your wound. Let me look at it. And you just, like, slide a knife deeper in.
Don't worry, I'm just trying to get a good look.
I'm just making sure it's open so I can seal it better later.
His horn is gone, Atalanta said sadly, and his jewel is lost. Without them, he cannot hear me. Without them, he cannot speak. Eri cleared her throat. Her voice was small and lost. He can talk to me, she said. Atalanta widened her violet eyes. Indeed? Yes, I hear him in my mind. Ah, the unicorn's tone was skeptical.
Just Atalanta like, oh, fuck, you've gone crazy.
I was really hoping that 6 months away would have let you be okay, but unfortunately, it seems you've lost your marbles, boy. Kid, fuck, crud.
It's true, Eri said. Chase, lift your head. Do you know who this is? A goddess, milady. He says you are a goddess, Eri informed her. Atalanta looked thoughtful. When did this happen?
Literally just now.
On the other side of the gap at Glacier River Farm, at first I thought that I was imagining it, and it only happened in moments when he was angry or upset. That is true of all horses, of all unicorns, whether they have personal magic or not, Atalanta said. It is true in Balinor and in all the worlds of humans and animals.
Bitch, you ain't from Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not how things work on the other side. I don't know how you don't know that. You apparently see everything.
You don't have friends on the other side. You do not know.
Oh, wait. Okay, so her mirror lets her see into the other side. It doesn't let her hear. She just hallucinates hearing anything. It's literally just, she has it on mute. She just never took it off, never realized she could.
I'm just imagining the freaking play and fast forward and mute buttons. Like, you're seeing all the freaking layouts for like YouTube videos.
It's why the rocks
pool.
are so beaten down by horse hooves. They are the play, pause, and fast forward.
Yes.
Holy shit, he's right.
Oh my god.
We've cracked the code.
Crack the code. Jinx, you owe me a soda.
Oh, night, Teddy Bear Paladin.
Good night.
Don't worry, I don't think we're going much longer. We're near the end of the chapter, I hope.
Yeah, we are. So the they just continue on with this conversation, and Atalanta explains that there is magic that she doesn't know about, which this apparently is. Well, I must think about this, but it doesn't change the task you must accomplish. I think I know what it is. We have to find Chase's horn. Yes, Ariana. Without it, the people and the animals of Balinor will lose all of their ability to speak to one another. It is the unicorns who supply the link, you know, between humankind and animals. Without you and the Sun Chaser, that link is broken.
I mean, my link got broken back in the other room with that fucking torch.
Just more repeating of the same information that we've already heard several times throughout these 2 books.
Okay, where is it? It's like, so have you ever played Legend of Zelda Wind Waker?
It was broken into several pieces. There is one here. Atalanta bent her head and nudged a nest of straw aside with her horn. A small stone glimmered in a white light shed by the unicorn's body. Eri picked up the spiral stone with gentle fingers. Why, I have 2 of these, she said. I found them. No, I believe now that someone, was it you, wanted me to find them at Glacier River Farm. And here's why I said that them not knowing who Ariana was is relevant.
What the fuck?
Oh.
I'm reading this first sentence.
Yeah. Samlet went through the gap at great risk to his own life to leave these pieces for you. He hoped that once you touched them, felt them, that you could remember. There is magic in these pieces. He thought perhaps the magic would overcome the shifter's work, because it is the shifter who made you forget. Do you know where the rest of the horn is? So
what the fuck?
Yeah.
How in
One
the
fact.
absolute shit?
I say, what the fuck?
Yeah, Samlet is a fucking realm warper, and he should have known.
Remember one of the first things we learned about this universe, that crossing the gap was nigh unheard of and difficult, and that anyone doing it was a risk, like, to their lives in the most extreme sense of the word, because no one had ever fucking come back.
Mm-hmm.
That's the statement.
Well,
that's the sentence right there. That's it.
Samlet, the fucking goat, apparently.
The realm beyond the gap was filled with mists and legends. There had been nary a person that had ever crossed over the gap. Like fewer had unicorns ever crossed the gap. But apparently just all of these people are just crossing the gap. Like it's the fucking crosswalk in Shinjuku, I guess.
Fucking Samlet gets back, and he's like just talking to him. Like, boy, I tell you, cross the gap, weird place. They got unicorns with no horns. Fucking weird, man.
I guess
the squirrel
knows what a horse is.
You would not believe the squirrels are so rude. They don't even talk to me.
I was trying to. I'm stopping. Sorry.
So Samlet knows that the princess, like what the princess looks like.
Uh-huh.
So he knows that she is a little girl, around 12 years old, roughly, and has bronze hair, blue-green eyes, whatever the fuck.
Sky blue eyes.
And
I'm sorry.
Yep, sky blue eyes. And that when they crossed over the gap, they were attacked by the shifter, and Chase lost his horn because Samlet picked up the pieces himself, crossed over the gap, and just left the breadcrumbs there for Ariana to find. And then he comes across a girl with bronze hair and a bronze unicorn with no fucking horn. And he doesn't automatically recognize it's Ariana, the princess of Balinor.
You know, from the very beginning, I expected the whole thing about like everybody not recognizing Ariana not to stick. I didn't expect them to contradict that shit 3 separate times in the same fucking chapter. Or over the course of 2 chapters. My bad. No, I'm sorry.
No, Samlet is
like Toby knows what she looks like. The evil bitch knows what she looks like, and Samlet should know but doesn't for some reason.
Of everyone, Samlet should have the most up-to-date information on what she looks like outside of Atlanta.
He was there. He
exactly
spied on her.
Exactly.
Actually, that would be hilarious. Fucking get arrested for spying on a 12-year-old girl, and it's been, no, I'm from another world. You see, another world. No, you don't understand. It's like just getting dragged away by
yeah, sure, man. That'll hold up in court.
What entire nation?
Like we cut to outside the court. We cut to outside the courthouse with the lawyer, and the lawyer's like, "I can't believe that fucking worked. You're a nutcase."
Holy shit.
That was the best case of my life. How?
It's like this book doesn't treat the fact that they're supposed to be from another world as big as it is.
Yeah.
And so far hasn't really been an element in this, if I'm being completely honest. It's like, she was kept safe somewhere. That's all we needed.
Yeah.
Great.
Right.
It's Chewbacca defense on steroids.
Oh no.
The Balinor defense.
The Longhorn, Leghorn defense.
So, do you know where the rest of the horn is? Ares' voice was hushed. The shifter has them. Plural.
Okay.
I feel like that's going to be important for later.
Yes.
Indeed.
More or less, Ariana's tone was dry. The Sunchaser's horn was broken off in the battle on the day of the Great Betrayal. The day the King and Queen of Balinor were kidnapped, exiled. The day you yourself were sent to safety at Glacier River Farm, and the stallion with you.
Okay, the King and Queen being kidnapped is not the same thing as them being exiled. Those are two, actually kind of contradictory things, if I'm understanding this correctly in the context.
You are.
Yeah. And, also, Atlanta. Chase is right there. Stop calling him the stallion.
You see, Atlanta's trying to hit that up. She's just gassing him up as she's talking.
They're related.
Do you think this author remembers that?
Yeah, clearly from what we just read, these past 5 minutes.
Just Atlanta, just like the stallion, just blinking and sun. Just like, you're like my mom, I think.
Yeah. This is like Elrond kissing Galadriel in the Rings of Power. Like, this is a lot of weird things right now.
Wait, did they?
Yeah, they did. They made out.
What?
Oh.
Oh, you didn't know?
I haven't. I've only been following through the EFAP coverage. So
I'm sorry. I think I
have not been paying attention.
I watched it for the fuck of it. No, yeah, they made out. They tried to disguise it as during the kiss, he slips her something, and I realized as I said that's
no. Actually, understanding Elrond in the series, I can kind of get that.
He was slipping her something to help her like get out of her current predicament because she was captured by orcs and everything. But no, they made out for way longer than they needed to.
What in the fuck?
Oh boy.
Okay.
For information, by the way, that's not actually like mom. You should know Elrond marries Galadriel's daughter.
Mm-hmm.
So Galadriel's the elf equivalent of his grandmother.
Oh God!
Oh right, no. I
Rings
did
of
hear
power.
about this. Oh yeah, I did hear.
I'll be
about
right
this
back.
And like freaking just some guy reviews of it.
Is Celebrian even a thing in the Rings of Power?
Celeborn? He is a thing. He is mentioned once.
No.
One?
No, the daughter.
Oh, the daughter? Oh, she hasn't shown up yet. No.
No. Like, I know Celeborn is a thing in the Rings of Power. I wasn't sure. Well, is it?
As far as I'm aware, she's not mentioned.
Well, I'm trying to think of the pronunciation because, like, the father has a C and it's spelt with a K. So I thought that the daughter's name would also be spelt with a K, even though that it's like spelt with a C.
Again,
but is it Celebrian?
You're asking.
Celebrian.
We already went with the BlazBlue situation. Don't ask me how it's pronounced. But as for that, I was paying pretty close attention to the Rings of Power to my detriment, I'll admit. But no, that never came up. Her having a husband in general was like oh wow, you are married. You do remember that.
Didn't she have like relations with Sauron in the first season?
They really are. They really want to have it as well. I mean, good on Sauron. After about 16 episodes and God knows how many hours, he does eventually penetrate her. With Morgoth's crown, he stabs her.
Oh.
And
okay.
flings her off a cliff, but Galadriel somehow survives.
Oh yeah, Galadriel just literally pitches herself off a cliff.
Yeah, no, basically what they did with them is they just turned her into a complete and utter fucking idiot, and basically she's responsible 100%. For the return of Sauron.
She is.
Yeah.
She is. Galadriel is now responsible for everything that befalls all of Middle Earth in totality. It's
redemption of the flight of the Noldor. My ass. The Noldor make everything worse, apparently.
This is so dumb.
Indeed.
Anyway.
On this, I mean slightly more intelligent.
Slightly.
Yeah, actually.
Chase is the lord of the animals, and he is paired with you for life. But he cannot rule again, will not be himself again, until the horn has been restored to him. The Sun Chaser is mine, my friend, my companion, the hereditary lord of the animals in Balinor. Aerie pressed her hands to her temples in agony of thought. Would Chase become like Atalanta? Magical? Encased in celestial light? And if he did, would she lose the Chase that she knew and loved right now?
That she apparently spoke that, but didn't.
Yeah.
I thought I was stroking out. Yeah, what the fuck?
No, she said that out loud. She speaks about herself in the third person.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, like, the way I'm reading this, it feels less like she's revealing her past and more she's being brainwashed into the position.
Yeah.
Which, honestly, that could be a whole angle to take this. Like, how do you know that your amnesia was...
Actually...
Yeah, what if you were just brainwashed?
That is an angle that I was going to take in my rewrite. That she wouldn't know what was going on for a longer period of time. And that she would sort of be gaslit almost into being unsure about what her real place in the world is. And even if she belonged here or not. And all she was trying to do is just survive in this world that's kind of hostile and foreign and weird. But, yeah, just her immediate thought is like, oh, if I restore his horn and return him to his natural state, will I lose my horse and then he'll become a god? I don't want him to become a god. That sounds icky.
which I guess consistent characterization for her for just wanting to keep her horse hers no matter what.
Yeah.
But
But
even
it's
though
already
he's already
established.
bonded to her.
Yeah, it's already established. Like,
Bitch,
they're
you will become a
bonded.
god with him.
Ascend already.
What? For
Ari
real?
blinked back tears. Atalanta's eyes were gentle. The one who rules us all set the laws for us long time ago, my dear. You are the firstborn princess, the link to the unicorn.
I don't remember
The
that
speaker for
again.
The speaker for the animals here. And without me, without Chase, the power of speech is gone. The animals here will become like those at Glacier River. The world there is a world of humans only. When the great ice mountains moved through this world so many millions of years ago...
Don't worry about it.
Time
humans and
dilation!
animals were linked in spirit. But a small part of the world was saved, split off when the ice mountains plowed the land. The world on the other side of the gap changed. Humans and animals lost the ability to speak to one another, but not in Balinor. Here, things are as they were at the beginning of time. And here, humans and animals are linked by you, by the Sun Chaser. So...
Who wants to talk about the ice mountains first?
I'm no.
How do we write our essays? For anime I love, but can't ever give clear answers as to why Kino's Journey, Bokurano, Aku no Hana, and Makia. I mean, it really depends on the kind of essay I'm going for. You got to pick a topic that you narrow in on. Like Twice is a comprehensive one covering the elements of like how Digimon came to be and how it's evolved over the years. It's a very broad topic, but it allows to talk about a lot of different things. If you're just looking for like kind of trying to find a place to start picking apart like the world building or the characters or the plot structure or what have you, like figure out how you get from point A to point B to point C, what elements build up to that, and then maybe also try and figure out what pitfalls there are along the way. Like, well, point A to point B works, but there's like this weird wibbly part in the middle that doesn't quite, you have to kind of let that slide as a coincidence or something like that. You know, keep an eye out, be critical, be mindful, and basically stress test your stories you love. That's kind of what you're going for. You're like,
sure,
does it break down at any point along this road? And if it doesn't, then you're like, okay, it's actually really good building this way.
Yeah.
Also, gotta say, the fact that you like Kino's Journey 2003 and Bokurano, good on you. Those two shows are very underrated.
Very good stuff,
great.
yeah. But set yourself a standard and go for it.
Yeah, you don't even have to start like that or like how I started. You can start with literally any kind of topic that you want to focus on first and then spread out to the rest of it. Well, just pick something to start out with and then go from there.
And there's nothing wrong with seeing examples of how other people have done so. And then you can, from there, you can maybe get an idea of like what specific aspect of these shows you want to cover.
Yeah.
It's a good question.
Yeah. So, yeah, going back to this paragraph though, so I am a bit of a nerd and I know quite thoroughly about the history of human evolution. Humans have only been around for 300,000 years, roughly. Going into the millions, our ancestors looked a lot more ape-like in terms of like chimpanzees and gorillas than what we look like today. Like 3 million years ago, we were Homo erectus, pretty much.
And even the concept of civilization is only somewhere around like what, 6,000-7,000 years old.
Yeah.
as far as we're aware.
How close are we to the end of this chapter?
We are about 2 pages away.
Pages.
All right, I was like, we're getting up there in time.
Uh-huh. But yeah, it's the fact that they say that I can understand, like, if this was a completely different universe where the gap, the place on the other side of the gap is a different world entirely, but it's set up as though it's supposed to be our world. But we have very clear understandings about what our world's history entails. And so to say that our world's history in real life is basically creationism, but like not Christian creationism, where it's just like, yeah, the world began with humans and animals just popped into existence and we could all talk to each other, I guess like the Garden of Eden, millions of years ago, and then the Ice Age happened, and then it destroyed everything. Everything changed when the Ice Age attacked.
Like, you could make something of that. You could make something of that with like an ancient civilization theory, where it's like, you know, humanity has actually been around for like millions, if not billions of years on this planet, and it actually used to be in a much different state than it was. But, you know, the folly of human and their technology and such, we all crashed down, and those societies collapsed, you know, catastrophically. They destroyed the planet effectively, and it wiped us out until we regrew from the aether, that sort of stuff. Like, you could go that route. I don't think that's what's happening here. I think you just completely misunderstand what the fuck happened with humanity.
Yeah. So, yeah, they're saying that the majority of the world it has now been cut off from magic. So, like, is Balinor supposed to be the proverbial Garden of Eden without dipping into Christianity? Because that's kind of what it sounds like.
This is Vosh's Garden of Eden.
Oh, don't fucking hell.
It's just
I have to
very
spike this
weird.
book somehow.
But
honestly, I could imagine Vosh writing this well.
It's just also very weird where because it basically, the text tells us that it's just a piece of Earth that has been cut off from the rest of the world, and yet at the same time, it's apparently in another goddamn dimension where the sky is different and the trees are different, but all the humans, despite the fact that for millions of years these people have been cut off from us, and yet we haven't changed, and we still speak modern American English.
Yep. So the world building just doesn't fucking work at all.
Yeah, no. So continuing on. Until the shifter came.
Ew.
And if you do not... Huh?
I just said ew.
One of the...
Look, we were so like enamored covering the freaking world building. I needed to make something more interesting than that.
I understand that. But again, why do I have faith that you will ascend beyond these?
Because you also know that you won't either, and you'll take a pot shot in the future.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all, actually. In fact, I smirk a little, and I wish I had the, like, 2077 sound effect. Just the...
And if you do not do all you can to restore the Sunchaser's horn to him, the world will become like all the others. All the others?
Oh, shit! Multiverse confirmed?
Yeah. Oh. Welcome to the Balinor multiverse, bitch.
God, why is everything a multiverse now?
Unless the shifter has perfected space flight. That's the other way this could go.
Honestly, that's what I originally thought, that like, okay, when they said that, oh, the shifter's from beyond the gap, they just meant like, okay, maybe you can access like different dimensions from the gap, not just our world, but I don't know.
I don't know. Hey! Where animals cannot speak, where men are divided from nature, where there is no magic at all.
What is this druid bullshit? What do you mean divided from nature?
So we
civilize ourselves? I'm sorry, what about Balinor?
Well.
I happen to see quite a big village here that happens to not be very natural, and it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Also, y'all are pretty divided, having all these intelligent ass freaking unicorns and staples and shit, and carrying freaking carriages.
I was gonna say, hey, bitch, we don't have slavery where we come from these days, or at least not legally.
Well, yeah, we don't have Jim Horse, okay?
So, going back to the topic of the dog leash that Aerie was so insistent on selling. You see this diamond at the base of my horn? This jewel contains a unicorn's personal magic. Without it, we are nothing. Without it, we are, she paused, horses. Well enough for the world of humans. Not enough for Balinor.
Ari just reaches over, grabs the diamond, pulls it off, puts it on Sunchaser.
Oh my god!
And just Atlanta just staring at her like, what the fuck did you just do the entire time?
So Aerie finally gets the information that we've all known since the first fucking book, because Atlanta made it obvious in the first couple of chapters of the first book that the ruby necklace is the thing that holds Chase's personal magic.
Mm-hmm.
And that she left it behind at Glacier River. Oh no, this is actually quite the dilemma, because she still doesn't know how to get back to Glacier River Farm. And the most important thing she left behind there, that's amazing. Like, we have this dilemma.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too much trouble, though. I mean, Samlet went across, and so did her step-parents went across, and so did the doctor went across, and the dog went across, and the horse went across. Everyone went to fucking cross the gap. You can just hop and skip your way back to Earth. No problem, right?
Yeah, but when they first landed in Balinor, the gap portal disappeared. There was no way to get back, and that's why they went into the village in the first place.
Well, yeah, no, but I'm saying, like, now Atalanta's here. Obviously, it's going to be easy, right? That's obviously.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
Come on.
Aerie couldn't look at the dream speaker, and she couldn't ask the question that was tugging at her heart. Will he be the same? Will he be as remote from me as you are now, dream speaker? She had no right to ask that question. That's the most important thing on her mind.
I was going to say,
yeah, obviously.
Wait.
There are way more relevant questions you need to be asking right the fuck now. Like, hey, are we going to survive the night?
I was going to say, yeah, there are Nazguls out there, by the way.
Well, put that to the side. Bitch, you just got your memories back. You should be wanting him to change back to who he was.
No, she doesn't have all of her memories back, just a couple of them.
Oh, how convenient. Okay.
Yeah, no, she has a couple of scant memories of the palace that she lived in, and memories of her mother, her father, and her brothers, apparently.
Okay.
That's about it.
Aside from that, then like to her at this point, Jace has just been sort of a regular horse with this sort of like weird magical connection. What in the world does she think is going to change after that? Instead of just
doesn't know, and that's why she's scared.
I guess, but it's like, I don't know.
Chase must regain his horn and his jewel. He had lost it. Without it, he would not be himself. And she couldn't deny him that. I must go back to get it. And then Atalanta says, if you can. Already the Shifter's army moves against us. The way to the gap may be blocked. And the other pieces of his horn, where are they? The Sunchaser fought gallantly on the day of the Great Betrayal. His horn was splintered into 4 pieces.
Wait.
Oh.
Wait.
Oh no.
Yep.
Wait.
No.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Some and others. No, not again.
Dude.
Not again.
No, not again. Not like World of Remnant.
This
back.
woman was Miles's mother.
Oh no. Oh.
Were you expecting that to be contradicted within pages of each other?
That's honestly kind of amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a miracle of a book.
Dude, I did not think I would hear something as stupid as that in the same lifetime.
So there's one piece that the Shifter has. The one.
Yes.
Okay.
The one piece.
All right. So can we start gluing the other pieces together yet?
They haven't tried yet. That is the conceit of the other half of the book.
God damn it.
Mr. Samlet, who is a leader of the resistance, picked up these 3 pieces and saved them to send to you. The other piece fell out of his hands. Fell where? Near the palace moat. The same place where the Shifter now rules through the Eye of Entia.
Okay, important question. Is it still in the moat? Or does he have it? Did he fish it out? That's an important distinction.
So, well, yeah. Samlet, the leader of the fucking resistance.
The leader of the resistance.
I invented this one character.
There.
I might as well just keep making him more important.
Yeah. Throwing this out there, like, Ari's internal monologue is just like, fat shaming, fat, how dare you? Fat.
Ew. Gross. Fat.
Yeah, exactly. Like, come on. What the hell, man?
Fucking book, man.
I know.
Yeah.
Right?
I see now. Ari stood up as tall as she could. What do I have to do, Atalanta? Tell me. Well, said a sharp, all too familiar voice. The first thing you can do is to get that miserable Lori Carmichael down here. She's screaming her full head off up in that room. Ari whirled. Chase scrambled to his feet. The little woman with white hair and rosy cheeks stood 4 square in the doorway. A little of Atalanta's pure light reflected off her wire-rimmed glasses.
Motherfucker. How are you
that's
here now?
Why?
Well, you have to understand.
I'm sorry. So you just get the Zoom. Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
Oh, I just read it.
It's an entire note here that just says consequences. What are those?
Guys, I never thought I'd say this, but we need to get Ocean Is in here.
Honestly, yeah. Holy shit.
Guys, it's his time.
Oh no.
What was it? Preparation. Deliberation. Consequences.
Preparations.
Preparations.
The book of preparations.
For those who don't know, I released my My Hero Academia video. Please check it out. It's actually really, really intricately done. So I hope you enjoy.
It is a long man. It is the longest man that has longed on this show.
I, for one, love it. Let me grab
So,
this book.
yeah. You would think that now that Atalanta has told Ariana that she left the incredibly important jewel behind that gives Sunchaser his powers, and then just fucking immediately Dr. Bones comes back and is like, you're fucking stupid.
Dakota, dude, yes, you may clip my advice. Axerman, I don't look at it as overkill to mock a Swiss guy for his bad word choices. I look at it as the cherry on top.
I've known a few people from Switzerland, Norway, Sweden, who all speak perfect English.
Yeah,
pretty much.
One of my best friends, one of Twi's hated enemies, my friend Toppy, he is Finnish. And if you know anything about the Finnish language, it is its own category of language. Like, you know, Romance languages, fucking Germanic languages. Finnish is its own language group. He knows very, very fluent English, and he uses it to very great effect. Like, he can be very aggressive, very acerbic as a person. But my God, he actually has a really, really good basis when he argues shit. I disagree
and not only
with it
that,
a lot,
but Ocean has conversational level English. He should know if he doesn't know a word in English or how to look up words in English that relate to writing and writing structure. He has the understanding enough, or should have an understanding enough, to be able to search up those words and figure out what is actually going on in English.
Especially given how much preparation and deliberation went into that video. You would think that would be like step one. I don't know.
Oh my God.
Anyway, I would love to keep ranting about him, but we're running out of time. We gotta get through this chapter.
Yeah, we gotta get through this. Do you really think that I would leave you to your own devices? Who's going to rub your legs for you so that you will get stronger and heal? And besides, I have to give you this. She dug into the pocket of her shabby shorts and held out her hand. Well, Elaine, Atalanta said, I am pleased. Oh, Dr. Bones. Aries' fingers shook as she picked it up. The ruby necklace. You brought me the ruby necklace.
So in this fetch quest, we now have 4 of the 5 necessary objects?
Yes.
Yep.
Excellent. I'm glad there's any tension whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Good shit. 10 out of 10.
So Chase is kind of interested in what's going on with his ears perking forward.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks at the ruby jewel attentively. Do you not remember this? Atalanta asked him. Chase snorted. Ari, she is speaking to me.
She is speaking to me.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's usually how conversations work, Chase.
Holy shit, man.
About the ruby, Chase. It is yours after all. Do you recall how and where you lost it? He shook his head. So, Atalanta tells her, my time is up because the exposition is over, which means that I have to leave. I don't have much time, Ariana. Please listen. There is an old man on the far side of the woods, some 2 days' journey from here. The light grew brighter. All Ari could see now was the intense violet flare of the unicorn's eyes. Her silvery voice faded. He is Minge, the jewelright. Take the next...
Finally, I say in my notes, Babu Frick will have a regis enemy.
I have to be quiet. People are falling asleep. I'm not that, like, I'm not the only one that knows that's a slang word, right? I'm.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Why? Did she not know?
Don't.
Who's gonna tell her? Who's gonna tell her?
Who's gonna tell?
Oh boy. Oh yeah. He is Minge the jewel right.
We're gonna get demonetized.
Okay. Whew. Take the necklace and the unicorn. Take the necklace and the horn to him. He must fashion them together. Make them as whole as he can, and then the other piece at the palace moat will join them.
Okay, I need you to elaborate, like, one, what does he look like besides just old man at the far side of the woods? You didn't really give me a direction, like north, west, east, south. Like, there's a lot of woods around here. Secondly, what do you mean that the other piece will join them? Is it going to just fly to where the others are, or do we have to go track it down and then join them? Like, you need to actually elaborate. And three,
Magnets,
is that
bitch.
really his name? Because does he know what that means? He calls himself
It's a Balinor thing. It's
Literally
a Balinor thing.
just does he know?
So, and because, despite the fact that she had very little time left, she still said all of those words, and then she disappears.
I must go now. My people need me.
Yep.
Yep.
And now we are 60% of the way through the book.
Jesus Christ.
Well,
Just so you know, throwing this out there, they entered a village, found an inn, had a fellowship ring wraith sequence, got lore dumped, and we're more than 60% of the way through the book.
Well,
Yep.
they did all that, and they're more than 80% of the way done with their fetch quest.
Correct.
Yep.
I feel like I
'Cause half-
aged.
A
by
fetch quest they
6
didn't learn about until they were already 80% done with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because half of the fetch quest was done in the last book, just randomly.
I feel like I aged 60%.
Well,
Good thing you're a robot. You can at least replace your parts. I can't.
Yeah. Well, no, you can just turn into ashes and then be reborn.
That's not exactly a
Although,
fun process.
Yeah, and okay, this is why being a book is superior. I can just be reprinted whenever I want.
I am the strongest out of all of us because I don't have any special powers or immortality, so I have to just get through this out of sheer force of will.
I was going to say, so
is
when
true.
you age 60%, you're just fucked.
Yeah.
I was like, you're playing this as a positive. We're talking about that we're going to be fine in the long run. You're not. Uh-oh.
No. Well, I have been drip fed this novel for most of my life. I have some base
tolerance.
immunity. Yeah, I have tolerance. I have base immunity. Even though I get some psychic damage, this is all old damage that is just cut anew again. It will heal. I shall be fine eventually.
All right. Well, does anyone have anything they wish to announce as we sign off? Like, we'll get back to this next week and we'll
Well-
finish off this book.
Yeah.
Okay, so couple things. I am almost done making my new video this month, which is gonna be responding to Michaela Orchard's video on Arcane. I'm almost done with it. There's just 1 or 2 sections that I need to get done, and I'm gonna do it tomorrow. And then in a bit of a I guess intrigue on the subject of the orchards, I'm going to be doing a live reaction on my channel. I'm gonna have a stream about the video this Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I'm gonna make a big announcement on my channel as well, so be sure to check in there if you feel like it.
Anyone else?
I have nothing to announce. Nope.
Okay.
Nothing for me.
Alrighty, and yeah, friendly reminder that the new MHA video is still up, and go check that out. It worked a really long time on it. This has been like a half a year coming, and I think it turned out great. So far, the community response has been pretty good about it. The only other things I think are remember to subscribe to the Patreon if you want to support us. Join us for Bad Fan Fiction Night and all that good stuff this Friday at 10 p.m. All things willing. And then there is merch down in the description down below. So if you are interested in any and all of those things, please check it all out. Other than that, thank you all so much for watching, and we'll catch you all